Good evening. Thank you all for being here. I just wanted to remind everyone that we are being taped. We have a really packed agenda tonight, so I'm going to try and keep us moving through it in a timely manner. Many of the items that we discussed tonight are just an introduction, and we will continue discussions throughout the summer and so start off with dated 6/15/17, the amount of $818,618.34. 17-026 PR dated 6/22/17, the amount of $2,854,556.88. The student activities 17-025 BL dated 6/15/17 in the amount of $6,556.45. 17-025 JH dated 6/15/17 in the amount of $12,530,000. And 17-026 JH dated 6/22/17 in the amount of $22,699.47. And then the payroll gross P-1726 and P-1726B dated 6/22/17 in the amount of $8,067,382.55 for a total of $11,782,415.69. We also have minutes to approve. So we have minutes from 6/13/17, 6/8/17, and 5/18/17. So are there any comments about those minutes? Bridget.
I have a comment on the minutes for June 13th, and the comment is on page 3. At the bottom of the page, in the last paragraph, in the last sentence, it says there were also 2 public forums for people to meet with the search committee. It should be with the search firm. And then the final line should say, so the firm could hear what the community was thinking and wanted.
That's it. Does anyone else have any comments on those minutes? So can I have a motion?
Move to approve as amended.
All right, looks like Diane seconded. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? All right, so that passes unanimously. Okay, so this is the point in our meeting, in our agenda, when we invite the public to comment on items not already on the agenda. Before we start, we've had emails from community members that are related to the coaches hiring process at the high school. Please understand that we are not involved in the hiring process of any personnel other than the superintendent, assistant superintendents, and director of finance. So we really can't have any public comment related to this issue. It's not fair to the candidates to allow public comment. And it violates the candidate's individual personnel information. Now, that said, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak? Yep.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your
comments. Please come to the microphone,
Oh, sure.
and you have 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it did, at the beginning.
Hi. Thanks for your comments in regards to the recent hiring of the girls basketball coach.
So actually, we can't take any comments related to that. So the process or the candidates. So we're just not going to have public comment on that.
I know you can't comment on that. It's outside the purview of the school committee.
So this really isn't the right forum to have any kind of comment whatsoever on the process or the candidates.
It's in
If
regards
you would
to,
like to have a conversation offline with one of the administrators, then it's much better.
I thought this would be a forum to talk about transparency about the process. And isn't it the purview of the school committee and the superintendent and or the interim superintendent to oversee the administration? If there's a flaw in the administration process,
So it is, but this is not the right forum for that. If you have a
what
complaint,
is the forum then?
so then you need to, what you do, there is a parent communication map that you go through, and you need to go to the individuals, and then you need to contact the superintendent or interim superintendent directly, and then after that, then I guess we'll need to figure out what to do. But a public forum like this is not the right place to do that.
What about requesting information on the successful candidate? Isn't that public information as far as their resume or anything like that, so we can view? And
You can do that through the administration, contacting the administration, and
who in the
then whatever
administration
is.
should we contact?
So you can contact the superintendent, deputy superintendent,
Who's the deputy superintendent?
the head of human resources, which right now is Marie Altieri.
Okay, and who else should we contact?
Glenn Brand, he's still the superintendent until June 30th.
Well, that's for another week, but after that.
But he is the superintendent,
I
so you're
understand,
welcome
but
to
it's-
contact him. You're welcome to contact Marie, or you're welcome
So
to
outside of Marie, who else do
reach
we
out
talk to?
to the high school or the principal or
But we've had several documents and requests to go out to the administrators at the high school, and they've gone unanswered. So it's like, how do we get responses if we sent emails, correspondence, and phone calls, and they don't get answered?
so I think
Isn't that the purview of the school committee and or the superintendent, acting superintendent, to oversee that, such that they do respond to
it
us,
is, but
the
we don't have.
taxpayers?
But we don't have. We haven't received any kind of formal complaint.
Where would the formal complaint come from? Us, the taxpayers? I mean, you haven't received those emails? I mean,
Hi, first of all, sir, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Would you mind identifying yourself?
Alex Patrick.
Thank you. We have received letters, but as our chair said, that is not the school committee's responsibility in terms of hiring. If there are issues about the process and you want us to look into that, we can certainly talk to the administration for you, but if you have direct requests for things, then those should go through the administration first.
Well, I have a direct request. How about looking into the administration and the process that we've sent correspondences to the administration? It's gone unanswered.
And you've had no answers to anything.
No email, no responses to our emails or phone calls.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
So I'll take
So
responsibility
how do
for
we go
following.
about doing that?
I'd be glad to follow up with
Thank you.
you after the meeting, and I'll talk to the head of human resources, and we'll see if we can get your questions answered. Understanding that not all questions that you may have asked will be answered if they're personnel matters, but we'll do our best to get back to you.
Okay, and your
Okay.
name is, I'm sorry?
Bridget Bieber.
Okay, Bridget, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bridget. Is there anyone else? Okay, so we are going to move on to. I'm sorry. Okay, so we have a presentation by SpedPAC, Amanda and Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amanda Bailey. My son asked tonight, "Are you in charge of something?" I said, "Yes. I'm in charge of the Acton Boxborough Special Education Parent Advisory Council." He says, "That doesn't sound like a good thing to be in charge of." I'm joined tonight by Bill Guthline, our past PAC chair, who's a board member and serves as a mentor. Our elections were last week, and our executive board is staying the same, so you'll see us again. Tonight we'll be talking about some of the goals we've met this year and findings from our recent survey. I want to take a minute before we start, however, to recognize Nancy Sherburne for over a decade of service to the families of Acton Boxborough. We presented her with an award last week, noting the impact she's had on forging relationships with the district and her tireless advocacy for children. Her warmth and understanding were underscored by a number of parents who have benefited from her counsel. She couldn't attend this evening, but she deserves all of our thanks. Goals for this year included fostering relationships with new special education administrators and partnering with the district on workshops beyond basic rights, which we achieved. We engaged in a number of outreach and education efforts in addition to our monthly meetings and newsletters. We highlight the ongoing parent support group and the professional development opportunities undertaken to bring back resources and information for families. Themes from these workshops included inclusion, fostering friendships, not just a high five in the hallway, but invitations, outreach to diverse communities beyond an invitation and translation, and visioning for and with our loved ones with disabilities. Another goal for the year was to follow up on our 2015 Parent Guardian Survey findings. Of note in 2015 were challenges around transparency and trust in communication, concerns around extended school year programming if children were at risk of regression, and an overall positive satisfaction trend. Most people are happy with how things are going. They're not the ones calling me. But we want to track those numbers given the number of leadership changes and department structure changes in recent years. Shortening the survey netted us greatly increased response rate, representing around 39% of students with IEPs, and our full report will be published soon. Bill is going to speak to the communication questions and satisfaction trends.
That's what you press. Thanks. Okay, we asked 5 questions. 2 had to do with communication, 2 had to do with satisfaction of services, and 1 had to do with extended year programming or summer school. Basically the news is pretty good. You may recall that we use a scoring system that gives 2 points for strongly agree, 1 point for agree, -1 for disagree somewhat, and -2 for disagree strongly. And we kind of use that as a benchmark to look at trends. And this year, there was a small improvement in the first question regarding open and honest communication from the district to parents, 0.81 to 0.9. But I think that actually the news is a little better than that, because if you focus on the disagrees somewhat and strongly, that went from 22 to 17. So that's good. I mean, this is kind of a question where you really don't want to have people disagreeing, that there's good communication. So that's good. It was relatively stable in the agree column. It actually went up a bit from 73 to 76. But it did go down. The strongly agrees went down a little bit, with the somewhat agreeing going up by more. So that's regarding open and honest communication, and we seem to be slowly getting better. Now, we do look at these by disability, and we do look at the answers by school, and in our paper we'll be sharing that information, including the 2 groups that had relatively low communication scores last time, the out-of-district group and the pre-K group. Looking at the speak freely question, this is one I'm always interested in, because this is parents talking to the administration and ask whether they feel confident in speaking freely without fear of consequences to their child or to themselves, right? And in the past, this number's been fairly high. There's been a fairly high disagree number. It's been coming down. It was 21% when we did the survey a few years ago. It's down to 14% in this survey. So again, really good news there. Like the other communication question, however, there's been a drop in the strongly agree from 53 to 44, and I guess we don't find just that data point troubling, but there seems to be fewer parents that are really strongly agree that they're safe in speaking with the administration. Okay, then we asked about satisfaction. We asked 2 questions. This one's regarding the trend, and we're basically asking parents, based on last year, do you feel like the services are better? Are they worse? Are they about the same? Big number of same this time. More people in 2017 that saying the services are better than worse, or more satisfied than worse. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I? All right. Maybe. Okay. Can I flip? And then we'll go back if that's okay. So this is the. So you can. I'm sorry. Which? Well, I thought it was on trend. Where's trend? Yeah, this is, I'm sorry, I'm talking trend here. So you can see 25% versus 17 improvement. 2015, we did have a big increase in those who felt the services were getting better, but we're coming off a tumultuous prior year, so you can understand why the numbers were so much more favorable in 2015 and 2017. Our view, this is good news. Okay, then looking at service satisfaction. So this is your typically, Likert scale from very satisfied to very dissatisfied. You can see that the dissatisfied numbers again went from 21 to 13%. So again, over the past year, since the 2015 survey, a lot of the negative opinions have been changing to something more neutral, and basically the satisfied numbers went up. However, as you can see, again we have this small change with the very satisfied declining somewhat and the somewhat satisfied growing. So that's basically the summary, and I hope you'll take time to read the report when we do break these down by school and by disability, because in some cases there's the range of opinions in these subgroups are narrow. In other cases they're relatively large, and I think that's something that bears looking into, and we'll probably talk more about that after we release the numbers.
Looking at the overall satisfaction services, we had a question. Given our 2015 survey findings, are extended school year services still an outlier to special education service satisfaction? I want to note that ESY is not summer school. It is programming intended to prevent substantial regression toward IEP goals and benchmarks. All children regress over the summer, but many of our kids are at additional risk given diagnoses or other factors. Why are we asking about ESY? 40% of respondents to the 2015 survey disagreed their children were being offered appropriate summer programming if at risk of regression. We got reports early in the year parents were being told their children had to regress to qualify for ESY, which is not the standard as shown at the top of the slide. ESY eligibility is based on documented regression over breaks, risk of regression, and/or extended recoupment or more than 6 weeks to regain skills. We received information far earlier than before about the program dates and times, which should help families with summer planning on the same timeline as those not navigating additional service needs. Camp fairs are in January, February. If decisions aren't made until late, it leaves us kind of in the lurch trying to patch together something for the summer. What wasn't immediately apparent from that information was that it represented cuts at various levels, something we didn't get feedback about until we began receiving survey responses in May. The timing of our survey was with ESY feedback in mind, as those conversations can happen late in the year following February and April breaks. We asked the question, if my child is at risk of regression over the summer due to his or her disability, my child was offered appropriate extended year programming. We moved from 40% disagreement to 26%. So 1 in 4 disagrees with the statement, with more parents expressing neutral opinions. While this is trending the right direction, ESY remains an outlier to overall satisfaction. Why? We asked student services for year-to-year changes in ESY eligibility and programming and found the following. ESY programs have been whittled over time. What this means is that the burden of summer programming to prevent regression, maintain skills, or even build new ones is falling on families. If you think back to the care map we showed you in the fall, special education was one piece of a much larger picture. Additionally, this was the first year that all staff have had to apply to work in ESY programs. This means some programs are not having their regular school year staff continue over the summer as they have previously. Families have subsequently expressed concerns, especially around students with autism who need consistency in program structure and application. We need to follow up in the fall and see how people are impacted by these changes. Our key takeaways from our survey are that open, frequent communication correlates with satisfaction based on data and open-ended comments. See our full report. More parents feel they can disagree with staff without fear of consequences. We celebrate that improvement while noting that number fearing reprisal should be 0. Through multiple changes to special education administration and department structure, most people are satisfied. And finally, ESY remains an outlier, and our focus on enhanced programming has shifted toward eligibility and the impacts of service reduction. For us, this means working with student services to ensure transparency when programs are being overhauled, continuing parent education efforts around ESY and advocacy, and conducting more frequent, smaller surveys around specific topics. We also stress the importance of secondary parent involvement in our organization's efforts. Often, people at the junior high and high school don't need our support except for transition planning, but we sorely need those parents' perspectives and experiences. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Does anyone on the committee have questions, comments?
So Amanda, you mentioned, or I don't know if it was Bill or you mentioned that you are meeting monthly.
Yes.
And that's a practice that's continued from before.
Yes, it's part of the procedures for the school committee for the PAC that it's beneficial to all parties for us to meet monthly with special education administrators. And in order to build those relationships, Dawn and Pam have taken in turn to meet with us
Oh, that
every
was my
month on the day of our business meeting, so we have fresh information to share, and we're
Right.
able to keep the exchange flowing.
that was my question. Have those been beneficial?
That is absolutely
Okay.
yes.
I had a question. I just wanted to understand, and Dawn, I don't mean to put you on the spot if you can't answer tonight, that's okay, maybe at the next meeting, but I just want to understand the staffing change for the summer program. Was it a change from what's been done in the past, and how
So we can't mandate that staff apply for positions. The staff who were interested in summer positions applied, and were granted the job. To the degree possible, Pam and I want to keep things as consistent as possible this first year. And so there have not been any overhauls made to extended school year in that regard. And in terms of qualified staff, the staff are highly qualified. They will meet the requirements within students' IEPs around the extended school year services. And we have complete confidence that the services that we provide will continue to be highly valued.
I think the change was that the jobs weren't posted previously on the site. I think that was a change.
Right, and that's because we employ probably, I'd have to guess, 60 to 70 people. And in the past, I think a lot of it has been done by people just knowing who wants to work.
Right.
Pam and I don't know our 300 staff, and so to kind of present some order to it. And actually, we got a lot of staff feedback that they appreciated it, knowing that it was open and knowing there was a process and knowing they would be notified. So.
So in the future, for next summer, looking ahead, do you think the posting process will help with, because it sounds like some of it's staffing changes in personnel that make difficult transitions for students.
Yes,
Right. So
for a brief amount of time.
I think
Yeah.
that's the assumption.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily what our data says or shows at this point.
Okay, but do you think the posting process will help or make a difference in consistency of staffing, or is it really around summer plans and things
A lot
like
of it is
that?
around summer plans.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I do want to share, thank you, Amanda and Bill, that Pam and I really do enjoy our luncheons and Diane shows up a lot. So we really appreciated the opportunity to chat every month.
Claire, are you ready? We're moving so quickly through everything. I know.
Actually,
All right, we'll scramble over here and try to figure out what to do next. All right, let's move to, all right, Lynn's got it.
Thank you, Amy. Good evening. So moving ahead in the agenda, we will move to item number 9 on this evening's agenda, and that is the presentation of the elementary school funding project. There is, for members of the community, there's a full report that's included in this meeting's packet, and this presentation will be posted following the meeting that provides a synthesis of the report as it's found in the packet. So just to establish a bit of the timeline and as well some context for the report that's being presented this evening. In September of this school year, one of my goals was established and voted by the school committee around looking at funding at the elementary level, and that's what this report really digs into. Throughout the course of this school year, elementary school principals, many of whom are here this evening, as well as members of the senior leadership team, met throughout the year to focus in on the specific or pertinent questions leading to this final report. And we are, of course, here at this point in time to present the report to you with the findings. The specific goal and strategies, as was originally cast and voted on, included reviewing the use of regular education classroom assistants, and that's an important distinction. This analysis did not look at special education assistants, but rather regular education assistants at the elementary level. And along with that, clarifying and looking for their appropriate level of distribution across the school settings. Coupled with that is an assessment of the funding mechanisms. And as this report touches upon, and I think a number of members of the community might know, there are a variety of different mechanisms that are used to help support the financial presence of the assistants throughout the district of the elementary schools. The outcomes, just a brief recast of those. Looking to establish a clear district-wide vision of regular education classroom support staff throughout the district, set of procedures that seeks to establish the appropriate allocation of classroom assistants by building, an analysis which is included in the report, and I'll speak to in a few moments, of the funding streams and their specific contributions to the staff and the programs, and then ultimately recommendations that are included here in this report to be considered to move forward as it relates to this aspect of our operations. So getting into the report, if you've had a chance to take a look at it, or when you do, you will find an overview and recent history of assistance at the elementary level, a review of the funding data as mentioned, and then respectively recommendations. So first, I think it's important to note that there, as I've certainly come to discover in the last number of years here, there certainly is a long history in the district at our elementary level of utilizing regular education classroom assistants to help support teaching and learning. There are some unique aspects to the deployment of this particular group of staff. We have a lot of different groups of staff, of course, throughout a district of approximately 1,000 employees, and I consider this group yet another one, and certainly in a set of resources. We do not currently have any specific policies or guidelines in place to determine the total number of regular education classroom assistants. Secondly, as mentioned earlier, there have been historically a variety of funding sources that have been used to help pay for and to help support the presence of these assistants. They include the appropriated budget or the district budget. We call it the appropriated budget, the PTO contributions, and before and after school programs / community education. And there's a duality there in the sense that we have a branch or an arm of the district that is overseen by Aaron Betez for community education, and as well, so that covers programming at 3 of our elementary schools. In addition to that, we have before and after school programming at 3 of the other elementary schools throughout the district. Going back to 2011, Superintendent Mills at the time recommended an increase in share of the appropriated budget after taking a more extensive look at this particular topic, and did make some recommendations around ultimately trying to increase the appropriated budget while decreasing the reliance of PTO funding to help support the presence of the elementary assistants. Blanchard came into the region 3 years ago, as members, of course, of the community and the committee know, and there's a uniqueness to how Blanchard has specifically approached the staffing complement of this particular area, which I'll speak to in a little bit. So a review of the funding and the data to date. Thank you first to Claire and to Marie, who have, and their respective staffs, who certainly expended a great deal of time digging into this particular data. We don't capture it in quite the same way as we do other aspects of our appropriated budget, specifically because of the fact that there's a blending here of different funding sources coming together, and that required a lot more work to try and pull that together. So again, thank you to Claire and Marie for their work on this. In totality, when we're talking about regular education assistance spanning now 6 schools, it's a fair amount of dollars that's going towards supporting these. Just a little bit over $1 million for regular education classroom assistance in this school year. You can see the numbers in the report, and in the interest of time, I'll try and provide a broad overview. But on average, $82,000 per school from the operating budget or the appropriated budget. I should say that all of these assistants, at least to my understanding, are part-time, 19-hour assistants. They're not full-time, and that is the equivalent of approximately 6 positions at each of the schools. The range of funds, as you can see in the analysis, ranges fairly considerably for PTOs or PTFs in some cases, from 0 contributions, and that's specifically because of the approach and the past approach and belief at Blanchard around the contributions of these funds, PTO funds that is, PTF funds, for assistance up to approximately $95,000 at Marion. And again, in a moment, you'll see the data. There's a wide range of funding with the before and after school programs as well. Excuse me. I know that this is a lot of data packed in to this particular slide, but after working through it, again with Claire and Marie's assistance, this landscape or view seemed to provide the most coherent way to try and compare the 6 schools and all of the different funding sources. What you can see there is the contributions for the district funding, the contributions for the PTO funding, and then of course the before and after school that you can see on this slide. This is a little bit more of a historic view going back to fiscal year 09. The district funding for assistance you can see back in 09. Again, obviously this would have been prior to Blanchard's inclusion in the region, and FY 15, 16, 17, including that. PTO funding, before and after school funding. And on the far right-hand column, a view of what the total contribution of the district budget percentage was to support the respective assistance, and then the PTO percentage. One of the things that became clear to me as we started to dig into this was to make sure that, well, this was a goal that I had created based upon feedback and based upon a number of different factors, concern and questions from members of the community. One of the things that I wanted to ensure is that the analysis led to some sort of collective decision that was reflective not just of my own views, but those others as part of the team. And so the position statement, for lack of any other way to describe it, included in the packet here, resulted from a number of ongoing conversations and discussions held throughout the year with, again, elementary principals as well as members of the senior administrative team. And it led to this statement here. It's rather lengthy, but I think it's important to just spend a moment to review. And I quote, "Based upon our comprehensive review of the funding sources for elementary classroom assistance across the district by elementary principals and central office administration, it is agreed that the current funding model represents a structural issue that the district needs to remedy. The current model to fund classroom assistance includes funding sources from the appropriated budget, before and after school programs / community education, and PTO funds. This current funding model has led to inequity in the personnel resources that support teaching and learning across elementary grades and schools, and thus needs to be addressed." Based upon the analysis, based upon the discussions that ensued, as documented in the report, there are a number of recommendations, and I'll briefly share these with you at this point. The recommendations to start with would be for the 2018-19 school year, not for next school year. Recommendation number 1, to standardize the assignment of regular education classroom assistance. So this really centers around trying to target a level of support for teaching and learning at, of course, the elementary level in each school that's based upon the total number of classroom sections. I said at the outset that up to this point in time, unlike, for example, classroom teachers in a policy respectively established by the school committee, we don't have such a policy for classroom assistants. And we have fluctuations, of course, in our enrollment and our total sections, but accordingly have not always necessarily adjusted, expanded, or contracted the number of resources respectively. In other words, we've kept, as an example, the appropriated budget relatively static. This recommendation here looks to try and address that, and it tries to put some stakes in the ground in terms of the total number of hours and the total number of staffing that we have according to sections. And as mentioned, the assistants would then be adjusted respectively. At the current funding level, based upon the current funding we have, each school could fund one 12-hour assistant in every classroom, grades 1 to 6, plus one 19-hour math assistant per school. Recommendation number 2. The recommendation that I'm making centers around community education and restructuring the community education program here in the district. And there is an intersection, of course, in how we've been approaching the funding for this. The recommendation is to move all before and after school programs into the community education division or department, if you will. The benefits of that transition would include and allow for consistency in programming throughout the district, as well as consistency in fees and respectively salaries that are being paid to those staff that help support those programs. Right now, as mentioned previously, Aaron's program helps contribute to 3 of our elementary schools, and we have 3 independent, if you will, operating before and after school programs in 3 of the other elementary schools. Focusing on this recommendation for a moment, that would allow for, it's a shifting of the dollars for sure, and would allow for reinvestment of the funds into other district areas such as capital improvements. It's really hard in the slide to try and show all this, but certainly with Claire and Marie, we've given thought to how, and Aaron, how we could make this happen. And it could be certainly reflected in the contribution to custodial expenses, utilities, and the like throughout the district. Additional recommendations. First off, to develop expectations and clarity around the role and purpose of classroom assistants. To ensure that regardless of the particular philosophical approach that's being taken, that we establish clarity around what the assistants are doing to help support teaching and learning in our classrooms. Number 2, to clarify and agree upon the exact positions that are unique to each elementary school program. So it is understood that with the variations and approaches that might be taken in a particular elementary school, there might be a need for or desire to have different positions. And I do think that should be taken into consideration. But I think that appropriately can be separate from a baseline level of assistance, if you will, that goes to help support teaching and learning in each of our classrooms. I do think that we need to continue the conversation around PTO funding throughout the district at the elementary level, and specifically getting at how can we support that philosophical approach in each elementary school, and to the degree that the school committee may wish to consider policy, I think is something that there should be further conversation I would recommend about and consideration given. Along the lines with that, the budget subcommittee and school committee certainly can further explore policies as it relates to the PTOs and the establishment of positions that might be unique to each particular school and their program. A quick overview, of course, that was in terms of some of the additional pieces in the report. I just want to pause and point out, though, bless you, one specific thing here as it relates to the recommendations, and as it relates to open enrollment and the philosophical approach taken. Through the conversations, it's clear to me at this point in time that collectively our elementary principals do believe that classroom assistants in the regular education setting are an important complement to help support teaching and learning. Similarly, there still remains a desire within each school for a complement of perhaps an additional position or positions that might be in support of the philosophical approach that's being taken. I think that both can be reconciled. And I think that with further conversation and discussion about identifying what those additional positions are, and also with respect to establishing the baseline level of assistance that can be adjusted accordingly to the classroom enrollment, I think can help get the district towards a point where there's equity in terms of support for teaching and learning, and there's also support for the funding piece, a very big piece of this as we move forward. There's obviously a lot more information in the report, but in the interest of a heavy agenda this evening, that's the presentation, and I'm very happy to take questions. That's the mic.
So I realize this is a lot of information. I would like to open it up for discussion, but also acknowledging that this is clearly not going to be our only discussion, that we're going to need to continue this into the fall. But any kind of thoughts that you have right now and want to share, but knowing that this is definitely not our only discussion. Mary.
So on slide 9, which is the table of all the school-based funding for personnel, you said Blanchard, no, next one. Yeah, that one. You said Blanchard wasn't in the region yet, but neither was Acton Public. So are you really saying the numbers before full regionalization are just APS numbers and not Foxborough Public School numbers? Just prior to 15,
Oh, sorry.
are they just Acton Public numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And then I have one other question related to the first recommendation. When you say at the current funding level, each school could fund X, does the current funding level include the PTO dollars, the community ed dollars, the before and after dollars? Like, what do you mean in that phrase?
So specifically, approximately $500,000 is included in the appropriated budget. And so that's point number one to make. Secondly, based upon the level of funding from those different sources right now, just a little bit over $1 million, we have that level of service throughout the district. So through the conversation, based upon those funds, I think it's important to note there's not an expansion or an increase to the total number of dollars here, but rather recognizing how much is going towards supporting those resources and how can we make that shift that I talked about with community education to continue to support that level of funding. Do you want to add?
Yeah.
More Claire?
Thanks, Glenn, for all of this. So there's a lot to this. It's very confusing, and there's a lot of information. So the recommendation is if we take all the funding except for the PTO funding, okay, and we combine it. So all of the before and after school funding, the programs would be run by community education. The money would all be centralized. We're then going to take the community ed money and pay for utilities and custodial costs and building costs out of the before and after school money. That will free up money that can be applied to the assistance budget. So we'll take what's now coming from before and after school funds, that money will be centralized, distributed equally, and pay for utilities and custodial costs and building costs. So rent for the before and after school programs, if you will, directly related to before and after school programs. For round numbers, let's say that allows us to reduce our custodial and utility costs by $300,000 to $350,000. We're going to move that $350,000 out of utilities and move it into assistant funding. And from that point forward, that money will pay for assistance out of the appropriated budget going forward. So we're going to combine what's currently spent for before and after school, the already budget for assistance, and what we're paying for lunch and recess monitors. I'm going to combine that all together, and when we look at that, we can fund a 12-hour assistant in every classroom, grades 1 through 6, equally across all schools. The PTO money is a separate thing and can still be used to fund other things, and that can be something we continue to talk about. But this was sort of the place where we got to working with all of the principals and our leadership team and Glenn. And so it's 12 hours per classroom, and those 12 hours will include covering lunch and recess. So each classroom will have a dedicated assistant that will cover lunch and recess for that classroom. And be part of that classroom as opposed to being shared across a grade level, which is happening in some of the schools right now. And then some schools may supplement those 12 hours with PTO funds or use them for other things that apply to their philosophy, like we're doing now, for example, the art integration assistant and parent involvement coordinator as examples. But so that's where we are and what we're recommending.
First of all, I would like to thank Glenn and Marie for, put this on paper finally for I don't know how many years. I remember 3 of us went to Gates last year sometime around September or maybe before, I forgot, I'm sorry. So we definitely maybe, I don't know if any other schools' parents know what the some of the slide mentioned inside. I think the major difference is before and after school funding. So 3 of the school have their own funding. 3 of the school will submit 80%, I forgot if I'm wrong, 80% or 85% to community ed. So finally, we have this approach. Thank you so much, Glenn. But when we talk about that there in Gates, I don't know if this can be done. I hope some Gates parents are here, some Gates PTO people are here. I just, if they're not here today, because everybody's so busy, they're going on vacation, so I'll pass the PTO the information. We really get something, at least get going on the track. Okay, thank you so much. I didn't finish, I'm sorry. Okay, so, but I have one specific question for that. How do you know, how do you pay for the after school or before school, the utility? How do you differentiate the money? With the tuition you gathered, you know what I mean? That is one thing.
So what we'll do is we'll analyze sort of how many hours, how many students will be in each school's before and after school program, and we'll pay for utilities to cover what makes sense for those programs. So that'll be sort of a one-time shift, and then community ed will continue to pay for those things, and then the appropriated budget will continue to pay for the classroom assistants.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope this can be done in very near future.
Yep.
Thank you.
I just want to add one thing, that it really was hard work on behalf of all of the principals, and Deb and Dawn, myself and Claire and JD, our whole team, Erin and Glenn, under Glenn's leadership to get us here. So
Thank you everybody for that.
So I was here in 2011 when there was a first attempt at this, and there were a lot of angry faces. I see a lot of faces here, but they don't seem to be anywhere near as angry as they were last time. So in that sense, this seems to be a successful resolution. And I think there's the conflict between and I can only speak from the Merriam experience because my kids went through Merriam, but the class, the whole idea of the after-school program at Merriam was to fund the assistance to help with the project-based curriculum. And it was typically those parents that were concerned about making changes. I remember Don Icardi at the time was the finance director, and he was talking about uncrossing the wires, and it sounds like, I haven't been able to absorb the details of it, but generally it just sounds like the wires are becoming uncrossed in a way that seems equitable, and I like the language of the recommendation where there's the base assistant are being provided throughout, and then each school, I guess, would justify their need for something different based on their philosophy. So that seems to be an equitable solution that, and I guess, again, as long as I hear that, I don't know if Ed is here, if Ed's okay with it, I'm okay with it.
Thanks for all the work that went into this, and I know it's a philosophical change for a lot of people, but I really feel strongly that where we've got assistance in the classroom, the district should be paying for that. And I mean, having come from Blanchard, where we had a, flat out, I'll call it a prohibition, but we did not use PTO money to fund assistance in the classroom. We thought that was the district's responsibility. So it's different philosophy than I know what many of the schools in Acton have had, but I can't imagine the stress that puts on the fundraising efforts of the PTO and on parents. I mean, that's a tremendous job that they've done over the years, and that should be thanked as well. However, I do feel it's important going forward that we make these changes to help support the budgets in the district and the teaching assistants in the classrooms. It'll be interesting to see as we get further down the road the conversation around it, and where Blanchard has not used the after-school program money to fund assistance, that must mean that money then that has been funding other things is going to go. They've been using it for assistance. So that's not what the chart shows, does it? Where did I miss it?
On slide
It has been. In the last couple of years we have. So, okay, so I take back
I
what I
think
said
the
about
difference
that.
is in the years before regionalization, they don't
We
have the
didn't.
Blanchard data.
Oh, that could be.
So we did exactly what Marie's saying is we used the money, we paid rent
Well,
for
yeah.
the programs.
Right.
And that freed up other money for assistance.
Right, but we didn't directly fund assistance.
Right, that's
We gave the program money went
That's
to the
right.
district, and the district
That's
used
right.
it for other expenses. That's different
That is different.
than tying that money to a person.
That's right.
Which I hope, down the road, once we get to that, I hope that's where we can go eventually with the PTO money, because I just think that it's a terrific effort that the parents make to raise all the money, and I understand the philosophical differences that might require different staffing in the schools, and I think that makes absolute perfect sense, but I think going forward, if there's money to support that, it should be done indirectly and not directly, because I really feel like the district should be paying for those staff and not the PTOs.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. So recommendation 2 says to move all AM PM programs to community ed. So the physical space, it's a physical space, not just the money. So the school, the individual schools in the elementary level will no longer house those programs.
No, the physical. I don't speak to it, but no, the before and after school will still be at the schools. We're just talking about who's in charge of running it.
Yeah, I will. I certainly can share with the committee and the community. I have worked in districts where there's not the, there's not the luxury of another building like that as the administration building. But yet there's still robust community education programs, if you want to call them that provide before school care or after school care and other extended or enrichment activities that are delivered right in the school. And certainly it requires some concessions on staff to sometimes provide access to different space. But as I've had this conversation with Erin, and she very much both believes that it's possible and understands the approach that could be taken. And this is a comment I wanted to, so I'll use the opportunity to share it. I think that if this shift is to be entertained by the school committee going forward, the ability for still there to be a very strong connection with the desires of the communities in each school for the kind of programming that might be desired. I think that could absolutely look different from school to school. I have worked in districts where there's a site coordinator in the school who works with the community education director to oversee and supervise and so on. But if there's a strong will for a particular program, whatever that might be, that may not have that same strong interest or appetite in another school, I think that's okay. I think both can be delivered and still under the auspices of the community education department. So going forward, if that administration building was to go away one day, depending on where the district might, we would have to find some community education space anyway. And as I mentioned, I think that can be done with some concessions to help accommodate that in the school where your child or family is sending their children.
I'm very happy to hear that. personally, I think that providing that kind of continuity, physical space, staff, student interaction, and having each school be able to craft a program that's uniquely theirs is still important. The second thing I'll just throw out quickly is about one of the additional recommendations you had around defining the role of a classroom assistant. And I'm just going to read one line from the MTSS report on May 18th. And that is this Dr. Batke, that's it. He noted that we have a high number of teacher assistants in general. And that was also noted in the Comparative Communities report back in the fall. And he said that what was noted in his report was when students need additional support, that support is often provided by the teacher assistant rather than through embedded differentiation of instruction by the classroom teacher. So in future discussions, I would hope about the role of these classroom assistants, I would hope that would be taken into account.
Thank you. This issue is what got me going to school committee meetings probably 6 or 7 years ago. So it's a really admirable effort here, and I'm with Paul. I think the wires have been untangled, right? One thing I would like us to consider moving forward, though, is as we embark on hopefully a brand new building project. As we talk through our options, there is the possibility of forming a new educational philosophy to go into one of our new buildings. And I think if we do that, we really need to be aware of what's part of that philosophy and what is not, and if we can stick with it for the long term. Because I think some of this has been in place for so long because of when these schools were formed, and that they were allowed to plan to have B&A programs and PTO funding for assistance to support the philosophy that they wanted to do that the district wouldn't support. So I think we should just keep that in the back of our head as we move forward with the new building project.
So slide 6, we talk about unique aspects of deployment of resources, but no policies or guidelines. So, what am I to take from this? The recommendations 1 and 2, we're going to somehow forge into policies. Is that what were the next steps?
Well, it's a great question. It could, but I think that what first I would suggest or recommend is that there's additional conversation, perhaps with the budget subcommittee, and continued conversation with the administrators around. We've got a first step towards establishing what might be considered a policy or a guideline, rather, for assistance. May be something that the school committee is interested in pursuing. And certainly, I think, like all of this, I would say in concluding thoughts, there has to be more conversations. And one suggestion would be that this would be continued as perhaps part of the summer conversations around where to go next, strategically how to get there. It wasn't necessarily a recommendation by default that there be a school committee policy established similar to classroom teachers, but something could be considered. And perhaps if the totality of the expenses or costs do fall directly to the district, it may be something perhaps that there's consideration given to.
I just have a question on that slide number 13 as part of the recommendation 1. At current funding level, each school could fund one 12-hour assistant in every classroom, grades 1 through 6, plus one 19-hour math assistant. Is that like with that money that would be equivalent, or the recommendation is that's what every school should do?
There is the funding level with the total funds right now, the equivalency of supporting those.
Like you could do that, but the schools wouldn't have to do that.
I think the agreement is that every school will do that. With that.
So does that mean just hiring 12-hour assistants instead of 19-hour assistants?
Sorry, we're going back and forth with the mic. I should grab. So there is still the ability to use PTO funds to do something more than that if a school wants to.
Right, but I'm coming from Blanchard where we don't use PTO funds. So my question, I guess, is coming from sort of a teaching perspective in that I was a first grade teacher. For 5 years, I had assistants sometimes. I didn't have assistants sometimes. And I just hope that as we continue this discussion and the reason to have assistants or the philosophy behind having assistants, I come firmly from a position of an assistant isn't always the best thing to have in a classroom necessarily. And so that seems a little confining to me to say that with that money, we will fund 112. I mean, I understand it, but we haven't untangled the PTO funding part yet. So for me, that's still a little complicated because Blanchard still isn't going to fund, to the best of my knowledge, use PTO funds for that kind of thing. So that's just my concerns going forward as we continue to have the discussion, I guess.
Yeah, I would say that definitely as we go forward in the fall to having this discussion, then these are all issues that we need to think about and we need to kind of grapple with. Okay, Maya?
The way I understand it, 12 hours a week really mostly works out to be lunch monitors and recess monitors. I mean, doesn't it? Or is it a few more? If you add 2 recesses for the young kids plus lunch and all the transitions, what does that work out
Lunch
to
and recess is about 4 hours a week.
4 hours a week. So it's about 8 remaining hours. Yes. Yeah. So I think that's I think it's healthy to have people monitoring lunch and recess that know the kids and know the dynamics. I think, in terms of the social, emotional health of kids, I'm happy that there's that many hours left over for assistants to be both in the classroom and with the kids outside. And I'm glad that, we've made this change so that every school gets the benefit of this. So I just want to affirm that I understand PTSO funds can continue to build on the 12 hours to complement, further assistant time if the school wishes. Thanks.
I know this is still in kind of like a baby shape, but we'll discuss later on. I hope I'll throw out something which is not really related with this fund, but however, it's going to be really increase the funding. What I'm thinking is now the after school and before school and after school program will belong to the whole district, not for particular school. Is that possible, especially for the after school? We have transportations, support the whole system. I'll give you an example. Like for some school, they have particular program, like maybe fencing or maybe some, writing workshop, but only the kids in that school can take for right now most of the time. And because it's like, it's Gates funding or it's Conan funding, and there's not fair for the school bus, school bus ride to particular school, but now it's all school-wide, district-wide, and we can share the resource, and the after-school program will be really very, very, very beautiful. I just threw out that there. It's probably just for JD and Aaron to think about that, but I think that will be really great. Thank you.
Great. If there aren't any more comments, then we can move on to, I don't see Claire, so we're going to go ahead and move on to item 10. It's the Superintendent Safety and Security Task Force report.
Thank you, Amy. Item number 10, it does provide the presentation, the slides that also will be posted after the meeting, but that they complement the report that is included in the packet. This is the annual Superintendent Safety Task Force year-end report, and just a few highlights to capture, representing much of the activity that has unfolded over the course of the year. As a point of reminder for members of the community, this is one of 2 by school committee policy task force or committees that the superintendent of schools in this district must have operating. One is the Wellness Committee, and the other is the Superintendent's Safety Task Force. Indeed, as we look back upon the 2016-17 or the current school year, it's been very busy as it relates to a number of different changes and activities pertaining to safety and security. There has been an extensive amount of involvement by people throughout the entire district. I'll showcase their names in just a moment. Special thanks goes to Matt McDowell from McCarthy Town and Damien Chagru from Conant, who have worked collaboratively with me to help co-chair the task force this year. I won't read all those names. There are extensive numbers there, but just to point out that the task force is comprised of individual members that are from each of the building safety committees throughout the district. So moving in a direction for really the first time with this task force, it's by design rather, that we have very strong connections, not just at the district level, but also spanning the entire district in each of our schools. So first off, just some of the highlights. Building access and door security this year. The ALICE program is one of the foremost changes that came into place. And again, as a point of reminder, the ALICE program is the Intruder Preparedness and Response Plan. It has been adopted throughout this country in many public schools as well as higher educational institutions and the like. And as you will recall, we implemented the ALICE program back in the fall. It required an extensive amount of coordination and training. We had train the trainer models in place with many staff trained, who then in turn provided the training for staff early in the fall. And throughout the course of this year, we've provided, in concert with the police, we've practiced a number of drills related to the ALICE program. As well, going back to the beginning of the school year, you recall one of the changes that came forth and that was implemented was to lock down our schools, in effect. And that included the front doors. For a great number of years, the front doors of the schools in the district were open. That changed this past year. Exterior doors are locked through the school day while school is in session, and a number of factors that led ultimately, you might recall, to that decision, including feedback from our key stakeholders, best practices felt by our police services, as well as through other security agencies. And so that was another change. As well, coupled with that, working with the principals, strong awareness of visitor management. Not that it's not always been there as a point of consideration, but certainly it's very fair to say that that's only enhanced as we made some of these other changes. School safety planning. Just a point of note, this is not new specifically, but there are a number of different committees that, based upon the Safety Task Force, are in place and the recommendations therein. Each of our schools have crisis teams, safety committees, as mentioned earlier, and then behavioral intervention teams. And we have an array of names that we pull together at the beginning of each year so that our key leaders know who are on those teams in the case of a need to pull them together quickly. Safety and Emergency Preparedness Manual was another new entity that was forged and pursued this year. This came about as a result of the recommendations from last year's Safety Task Force, knowing that we had room to grow in terms of trying to pull together an alignment of consistent practices and approaches. Like a number of other things, we have certainly different approaches taken in schools, but based upon conversations last year with the Safety Task Force, it was felt that the time was right and appropriate to move in a direction to pull together coherence and alignment of our particular approaches. The ALICE program is one. Securing the exterior doors is another example. This year, we started the year with that response manual that was put together through a number of different people mentioned at the bottom of the slide there, and thank you to them, so that we have a great foundation in place now from which to build to ensure that we have consistency in our practices and language that's used. One of the new things that was embarked upon this year is the school safety audit. A full copy of that audit was included in the packet with the full report. And along these same lines, after conversations with the task force, it was decided that it would be a great opportunity to further probe and try and understand sort of a snapshot of where we're at across the district. And so that audit was customized, it was put together for our district, and it was an effort not as a gotcha moment, but rather an effort to try and gather, with the assistance and input of the building safety committees, what the state of the state is from their view within each school, and where it would provide us opportunities and themes across the district to try and hone in on and focus on. That was administered in May by the members of the building, by the membership of the building safety committees. That data was then pulled back together, and it was reviewed by the Superintendent Safety Task Force. And based upon that review, a number of the key themes and recommendations that were mentioned in the report came forward. This is just a brief highlight of some of the themes that emerged from the data. It should be pointed out that the specific findings for each school did identify a number of things in that school that are going to be pursued, but these things here recommend those things that will be pursued district-wide with the recommendation for the next year's safety task force. So school interior and exterior, sort of taking a look through that lens. One of the things that was recommended, or is being recommended, is to explore whether or not police services in both Acton and Boxborough can have access to our building cameras. As I think members of the committee know, we have an extensive array of cameras throughout our district, but our police don't have access to those. It's recommended that we explore that to see whether or not that's something that can come online, and if it can, what it would take to do so. A second recommendation based upon the feedback gathered was to explore how we can get about locking and securing classroom doors from the interior. There are a number on the market now of different and fairly cost-effective devices or aftermarket items that can be installed as part of door hardware. It's something that you see and hear and read about an awful lot throughout the safety community, the ability to lock doors from the interior. We have that in some places, we don't have that in all places. The PA system, the public address system in buildings, we have different systems, of course, in all of our schools, but one of the things that the conversation pointed to is the need to ensure that we can make all calls. The staff in buildings can make the all call throughout the building. We don't have that currently, and that's something that needs to be looked at. Continuing along the lines of school interior and exterior, conduct a campus evaluation. There was a lot of conversation with members of the committee, the task force rather, to try and get a sense of where there are specific needs. It varies, as you might imagine, from school to school, but playground fencing, as an example. Specifically at the elementary level, there are some areas where the outdoor play space has some fencing, but lots of areas that don't. And the question emerged around whether or not we should be considering that going forward for safety during the day while young children are outside. All exterior signage. We don't necessarily have consistency around what that signage is. Do we have the most up-to-date and current as it relates to local laws and bylaws, etc.? So in a quick way to be able to try and study that and identify any gaps. Environmental assessments was something that was also identified, and to take a look at that across the campus. Exterior card access readers. With the locking of the doors, we have, I think as you know, installed a number of different card readers over the last couple of years. They're costly. And so we need to be, I think, very mindful of how many we are putting in each school. And so with our facilities, with our school principals, to try and identify how many is appropriate and reasonable given the particular schools. Additional recommendations, ongoing ALICE training, just to revisit that. Excuse me. It's understood that we have to think about training our new staff to our district. We do this with a lot of other things, of course, every year, but certainly ALICE is a little bit different, and we have to be mindful of that, as well as revisiting and reviewing the last year with those that were trained. So that's one of the recommendations. Separation of public space came up. Just to be specific about this, as I think most know, our buildings are used extensively. Most buildings are used very extensively. Building a new school facility now, there's lots of attention given to how can you separate the space when it's open after school hours, still allow the public to come in to use the gym with cafeteria, and not have to worry about that public intrusion on the rest of the space, if you will. There are ways to do that, even with an older building. And so that's one thing that is being recommended to at least give consideration to and to try and study. Interior cameras, we have them in place, but there's still an ongoing need to make sure that they're positioned appropriately, that they're all functioning, and that they're working as we need them to and expect. And finally, two-way radios for all schools and facilities. With the support, you'll recall I mentioned this at our last meeting, moving forward to ensure that we have appropriate and ample two-way radios across the districts. That will provide a great opportunity for us to think more holistically around communication, not just within the school setting, but across our campuses in a way that perhaps we haven't had before. And so just a little bit of time needs to be spent on that. But that is a brief summary of the work to date, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? Yeah, Diane.
So that was really comprehensive. What the next steps would be what?
So with that report, great question. It would be my recommendation that the Superintendent Safety Task Force look to, obviously, it must continue next year, it should, and build upon those recommendations. Those that would be involved in some of the specific areas to review, JD, for example, Paul Lesage, our security person, that kind of thing. Some of those would be within their court, but it's something that I would recommend that the Superintendent Safety Task Force start with at the beginning of the year to ensure that those recommendations are put into place and explored for further follow-up.
Who carries out the audit?
So the audits were completed. The request was that the building safety committees. So each school has a safety committee with a broad array of stakeholders, administration, custodian, and the like. And so they completed the audit, and then those results from the respective schools were brought back to the district safety committee, district task force. I'm sorry.
Will that be an annual audit? Or is that one of the recommendations? I don't think I saw that.
It's not in and of itself a recommendation, but I think it could be something that the task force could consider.
So I was struck by a couple of overlaps with some of the capital items on the list, the environmental concerns around some of the buildings, and then the other thing that struck me is how many times are we going to see signage in the district on a list? Right? Every year we talk about signage in the district, so now it's a safety, it is a safety issue. So it just struck me that keeps coming up, so we've got to work on that.
Oh, yeah, Maya.
With awareness of some of the accidents we've had this year with students, was that folded into any of the recommendations? Because I certainly think that heightened awareness and caution around pedestrians, and in particular student pedestrians, needs to be worked into the committee. And I'm not sure that I was absent from the last committee meeting, and I'm on the subcommittee, but I just would urge us to put that as a priority for next year, because I'm really distressed, and I know others are too, about the lack of caution around pedestrians and students.
So thank you for raising that. So what I can share with you is that I've had discussions with both of our school resource officers, Keith and Mike, about that. And the discussion with their commitment and support is that they're going to help next year. So it didn't make it to this just for the timing of some of these things, but it is in their mind's eye of how, as a district, we can, in concert with the police services in both towns, think to build awareness around crosswalk safety, pedestrian safety, and the like. So it's not here per se, but they've committed to me to take that on. It could be with the task force. It could be more at the local level, but it's understood that there's a desire to have some kind of campaign that with the police brings greater awareness to that and the state that we're in. Some of this obviously lies within the hands of the police as it relates to how they approach the design of those spaces, but certainly, as we talked about, there's the opportunity to raise awareness with our students and with our families around what it means to be safe when crossing.
I think I've said this before, but it saddens me a little bit to think that, you know, we feel the need to have to lock the doors. You know, I just get a sense of, you know, fear is winning. But, you know, this seems to be the way things are going, so I guess I'm going to live with it.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the school start times. Before we start that, I just wanted to kind of quickly review the recommendations from last week, where there was a presentation last week, but we didn't have a lot of time to talk about it. Again, last week, 2 weeks ago, very packed agenda. So what was proposed at that time was that over the next couple of months, the school committee, parents, and community members should continue to review the full report, the data, and the research, and that this report is available at the district's website at abschools.org. Some recommendation was that during the summer workshop, the school committee should continue to discuss next steps and to develop a timeline that provides a clear path toward when a decision will be made. And then what other additional information needs to be collected before we can make these kinds of decisions. And that the school committee discussions and these decisions and the start time committee could be reconvened in the fall to facilitate gathering of additional data, feedback, outreach, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, I'm going to open it up to discussion, keeping in mind that we have some great recommendations of how to move forward over the summer and then in the fall. Stephen.
I have a question that I don't expect the answer to now, but I think it'll be helpful for our summer workshop. I think there's been such great work done here, and I know we have been talking about this issue for at least 3 years. I know the district has been talking about it for longer. What we have now is a recommendation or a preferred option for a high school and junior high start at 8 o'clock. And then on the other hand, we have the AMA and all the other medical organizations recommending a start no earlier than 8:30. And I guess I wonder, how meaningful is that 30 minutes? Is it just 30 minutes? Is it really important? You know, how important that is that from a biological standpoint, from a wellness standpoint? Is that a question Dr. Kieran would be able to answer for us, to provide us with some guidance? Because I do understand the logistical benefits of the 8 o'clock. Is it a worthwhile trade-off as opposed to 8:30? I think if we get a better handle on that, we'd feel more comfortable either accepting this recommendation or not.
So I think that's a really good point, and I wrote it down so that it can be one of those things that we consider in trying to get additional information.
I just really want to echo that, because I feel like, you know, to go through all the change and then not implement what is recommended and what is really just done on the other end of the spectrum of change, just seems like we ought to really try to be most progressive about this if we're going to do it, and to do it right, and to do it all the way. And I guess hearing more about it is something I'm all for.
Yeah, so I'll echo that a third time. But I also wanted to request that we consider, so there was an appetite for moving to what we call single tier busing. And I'm wondering if we can build in an option to move the start time that makes sense to us without incurring that additional hit on the budget, just so we can get that started and not have it contingent upon something we may not be able to do.
So I think that's a really important point, and that kind of brings up our decision making. We do need to have a decision about whether we want to move towards single tier busing before we start next year's budget process. So that's just something to kind of keep in mind. We do have that kind of constraint.
I think I said something last time when we started the discuss the start time. I like Maya and Christina says, and we may need more research paper or maybe some kind of expert to explain the because we need to make this big. We need to have all those big effort to make the change. Why don't we get really the change done? But however, for me, I feel, 750 even without a lot of budget change, like Christina mentioned last time, and I really like that. Or 8 o'clock, that compare with 7:23 is really some improve. Speak to 8:30 or maybe 9 o'clock, that really kind of will impact. I believe not every student will have after school club and this and that in after school in high school. But however, there are a lot of kids, either doing their sports or academic club, and they need cooperate with other school. So they need to have transportation. Sometimes they have tournament. So we probably need to take that into the consideration too. And I have a suggestion. If we really have the budget problem, can we think about implement this whole thing in 2 steps? First, we definitely do something in 2018, which probably still have 2 tiers of the elementary level, but we can put the high school change right away without touch anything. That could be 750, right? After maybe, and then we'll think about maybe start to consider the budget right now to maybe have that 70, I don't know what is that number, 750,000 ready in 2 years, make the change. Because I heard a lot of parents talk to me, they really like to have 2-tier system, which is option 4, as we discussed before. But compare that to saying so our option 4, which is 2-tier bus system, and compare with the 3-tier bus system, for high school start time, only 10 minutes difference. So so there's still my idea is maybe we do that in 2 steps, just like what I said at the beginning. But however, I heard so many parents, they love to have the elementary school just the 1-tier system, but a lot of them do not want the property tax raise up, and they want the school fund some funding or this way or that way, and I think we are hitting some kind of block here, but that's my recommendation. Okay, thank you.
So I think that's something that we need to continue to discuss. I will throw in my opinion. Tessa, I'm sorry. Okay, I just want to throw in my opinion. I feel very strongly that we need to make a decision, and we need to do it next year, so that in the following year we implement it. And just personally, as just a committee member, I feel very strongly that we should not be doing things in 2 steps. I feel like this has been an issue that's been talked about for a very long time, and that we owe it to our kids and to the community to do what's best for them and to do it by next year. But Tessa, go ahead.
So I can't speak for the whole Start Time Committee, but I did serve on the Start Time Committee. So speaking to what Diane said, the reason for the recommendation of moving to single tier was because not only the sense of the committee, but of the people that did respond to the survey, it was totally split between the other 2 options of what to do if we don't go to single tier. And it was split pretty evenly between elementary parents and upper school, those two choices of flipping or not flipping so I think that a lot of the questions that Eileen just raised were certainly things that the Start Time Committee talked about endlessly over the meetings that we had. We did consider other schools. We looked, at a lot of things. All of those questions were there. I think as a committee, whether we discuss it this summer or whatever happens, we really have to think about what does our community value the most? Is it what Christina and Maya were speaking to and Diane echoed, that really what we want for our students is what is medically or, whatever advised about the sleep issues, or is it other things? Is it after school jobs or, having our kids not change their lifestyle too much or whatever. I mean, all of these things were things that we talked about, and I think when this was first handed to the committee, when we looked at the Start Time report, there was questions about how many community members had responded to the survey and whatnot, and the research is out there. So I think as we further our discussion, we just need to decide what is most important to us, because I think that will help guide our decision as to what the best thing to do is.
There is a tremendous amount of research on the website, so for anyone in the public, you can go in and under, where is that listed, if you remember?
It's under the school start time.
There's an actual tab called School Start Time, and there is just so much research out there, so anyone is interested.
So I noticed in the options, there's different time differences. So the junior high school starts at one time, and for option 1, it's 50 minutes between that busing and then the elementary busing. But in all the other options, it's 40 minutes. And then I think there's some discrepancies on the pickup times at the end of the day. And I just wonder if we can look at that because you could maybe give the elementary finish 10 minutes earlier or something like that. So I just think we should look at that carefully as we move forward with all of this.
So if there's nothing else from the committee, then I'm going to speak.
Sorry about that. Jennifer Brown, Acton, and obviously a lot of people have put in a lot of work on this, so thank you very much. I have a couple questions, some things I'm confused about. When the survey went out and people had to choose between different start times for the adolescents, did the survey mention the 8:30 cutoff being the earliest recommended? I would suggest in that case that people may not have been informed as to what the research actually said and may not have been able to take that into account. And I think that is something we need to consider. I really think that as a district, we should screw our courage to the sticking point and do what's best for our adolescents and start at 8:30, possibly later, 9. And then given the recent events that have gone on in the district, I think it's really not clear that the community will come together to support 2-tier busing right now. It's not clear that people will pay extra taxes for that. And I think that there's concern about what would be cut in the budget to pay for the 2-tier busing, or I guess we're now calling it single tier. I'm not sure, but I mean the lesser busing. I think it's really hard to make a decision about that without having a sense of what would be cut in the budget. Of the 3-tier busing options, there were almost as many people that supported the 8:50 start time as the 7:50 start time. So, I mean, that's not a massive discrepancy, and given the research, I would urge us to go with what is healthier for adolescents. So that's just my comment, and hopefully we can get some of those points out to people in the community and get some, I think, updated feedback on those. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that.
Good evening, Michelle Christensen. First off, thank you everyone for all your efforts on this. I was very impressed. And as the president of the EPFAM, which is the marching band and the music program, there was a huge sigh of relief because we have a very unique situation then that on Tuesday evenings there's many performances, and of course the drama club has late evenings as well and things of this sort. And the 8 o'clock time, we all felt, well, gee, that's not so bad. We can live with that. We can have freshmen and JV players still on sports and then still come to the marching band, because you do see the dual. So it's not just sports, there's combinations. I thought you guys really did a good job of looking at all those unique situations. I'm from the Midwest. I had a start time of 8:30. I never had an 8:30 start time. I had swimming before school. I had marching band practice before school. So I'm afraid an 8:30 or 9 o'clock, you're going to end up with every coach or every person sneaking it in. And so think of that. So the 8 o'clock, at least from the high school, I've gone through the elementary, so my heart's out to all of you because I had to deal with the switching and all of that, and it's rough. But so I'm not interested in that. We're really focused, and I had the group come to me and said, just go and tell them we like the 8 o'clock. So I just wanted to pass that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Claire, are you ready for us, or keep going? That's okay. Don't worry. No, okay. That's okay. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. Yeah. All right. Okay, that means JD, you're up. Where's JD? Yeah, he's asleep over there. Yeah. JD, it's your turn.
Hello, everybody. Happy in the school. So, some of us, right? Yeah. Guess it depends on what you have lined up for childcare. We wanted to touch base tonight on the capital improvement plan. We haven't talked about this as a larger group here since January. April 4th, Dora and Whittier and myself met with the budget subcommittee, and we went into further detail with regards to developing some scope package work and some synthesizing the information in that larger $120 million capital improvement plan that was, part of the phase 1 existing conditions study that was performed by Dora and Whittier. This is the presentation that they gave that day. There's a couple of images in here that are, I think, really valuable for us to think about and talk about. As I had written to you all in our memo, there's really not so much to get into the details of specific projects, because quite frankly, when we start to move ahead with this, those projects will probably change again. And even in the last 10 weeks, there are some things that have come up and down in terms of priorities. For example, it's so fluid when we're dealing with buildings and properties this size and the scope. Things come up that, for example, we're going to do a $50,000 improvement to the pool that we have to do. If we don't do it, the filtration system could rot out and flood. And it was never caught in the CIP. It has to do with corrosion that's deep inside a filtration system that we didn't go into that level of detail. So just kind of keep that in mind. But really, what we need to think about and talk about is what to do with the next high need, critical need list of items. So in this presentation and in those memos, we're talking about $14 million worth of stuff. Kind of think of that as an example of a number, because we're going to talk a little bit about what it would take what you need to do to prepare to execute work of that nature, as well as some timing and some strategies around funding those kinds of things. So, since April 4th, quite frankly, we haven't done a lot of work with this. We've been focusing mainly on the DMPRC, the MSBA things, as well as actually executing what we're calling in this phase one, which is the $740,000 that's actually in our operating budget that we're kicking off tomorrow. Now that school's out, so that's been what we've been doing from April till today. And we'll talk a lot about January until today because that's the last time this larger committee has heard some of this. I would just like to say, picking back up on the safety task force things, you had mentioned signage and pedestrian safety. I've been saying for years the thing that scares me the most here is pedestrian access and safety. It's a huge need item. It's probably I've talked about how we incite road rage, daily at our intersection out here, and it's really concerning. We've had a really rough year around our community, not necessarily on our campus, but it certainly could happen here as well. But there's road improvements, pedestrian access and safety improvements are all in those first critical need items, and that also includes signage. So I just wanted to reiterate that as we start to talk about it. So that $120 million list of projects has been, slashed and dashed and broken up, 6 ways from Sunday. We have developed a again, this is some information around MSBA too that's not so relevant right this second, but in developing this work, we tried to group projects together that are critical need items, minimizing the work at the schools that are kind of in play with regards to the district master plan, and we're not going to know the full impact of that for another 12 to 15 months, as we if we're fortunate enough to have a positive vote December 4th as we move things forward, and then we go into OPM and design selection in February of the next year, and then as we even get into design and feasibility, then at that point will we really know what the total impact will be on Gates, Conant, Douglas, admin building. And those are all really big items with regards to the CIP, and especially if we start talking about any kind of code triggers or anything like that. Those are really the buildings where those code trigger items are most critical because they're not sprinklered, they're not fully accessible, and the other 2 items, energy code and seismic structural code, isn't really that relevant for us. I'm going to skip over that. We basically took the priority 1 items in the CIP and broke them down again into critical, high, and energy efficient or operational cost savings projects. We again, just to reiterate, we want to minimize those buildings that are kind of in play with regards to the MSBA project, and we kind of broke them down into items that we're going to be able to perform within our operational budget. So we're very fortunate we have a very skilled in-house staff that can take on a lot of special projects. So those items kind of fall into that category. There's health and safety, indoor air quality, and just useful life that's beyond. So the packaging work, what the architectural firm, Doran Whittier or any firm would tell you would be, it's great to try and develop some economies of scale around similar projects. So, for example, if you had 3 roofing projects that needed to be done, put those together, specify them, bid them, and do those at once into one package, like-minded things. You might get a better price, and you also can, as the workers are mobilized, they can go from one project to the next, and it's just a faster, more efficient way of doing business. So we also wanted to investigate the code triggers to see, for example, if we were to do some level of improvements at the administration building, would we immediately have to sprinkler the building, which is a very large cost item, right? So we wanted to look at what those triggers would be, and that's one of the images in here that I wanted to share with you. So we talked about accessibility, structural upgrades, as well as fire protection and energy code. So with regards to accessibility, if we do work that is equal or more than 30% of the assessed value of the property, then you need to bring the entire building up to full accessibility. if the work is $100,000, so for example, if we were to do $100,000 worth of work in the foyer of the Conant School, then we might need to raise that plaza entrance up the way we did Gates a couple of years ago and make that a fully accessible entrance. So that work area, would need to be provided in an accessible way. So you can see as we went through this. The other thing I wanted to note is, we're looking at a 3-year period, forwards and backwards in terms of total, projects and costs. This one is really not relevant to us. We don't really have anything on here that's proposed that's large things on the roof that aren't already there. We're proposing some replacement items, but nothing new, so there's really no structural issues to consider. Fire protection is an item, but it's mainly, again, at Conant, Gates, Douglas, and the admin building, and we're not talking about that many things there. And energy code is not relevant to us because every facility we have goes way above and beyond current energy code as it is. So, again, for example, and not to get too much into the weeds with regards to the actual individual projects, the line items themselves, but we have this broken down into $14 million right now, 750 of which is the work that we're doing this summer. That's already fully in motion. What we need to decide as a community is what's our threshold, because we can probably set a mark at 6 million, 8 million, 10 million, 14 million, probably 16 million, and especially depending on what the impacts of MSBR are. Well, what's our appetite or ability to fund as a community in the short term, especially given all the other initiatives that we have going on, as well as in both of on the town side of business in both of our communities as well. So if we were to look at $14 million, and this really just breaks down, so you can see the assessed value of the buildings on the top line. So that's, to give you an idea of what those 30% triggers would be in terms of improvements to those facilities. So you can see assessed value, 30% of the value, and then the items that are kind of listed in this current iteration that we're discussing today. If there's any questions about this, we can come back to it. This was the original $120 million, just so to give you a reminder to see that. As you can see, Douglas, Gates, Conant, admin building, they all range from 13 million to 17 million standalone items. And just in terms of a reminder, those executing $17 million worth of work at Douglas doesn't do anything to change the physical space at Douglas. It just simply, redoes the roof and the windows and the envelope and the flooring and the mechanical systems, et cetera. It doesn't, make the gym right, So this is one thing just to kind of, think about what we're talking about here in this report, and the background, the actual spreadsheet of all these line items, if you really want to dig into it, is posted on our website. But these items, the 13 million, which would be the 13.4, what we're calling like a phase 2, if we decide that was our appetite and that's what we wanted to go after, that would be that piece of the overall 120 million. And you can see the 740 that we're doing this summer. If you were to take that away, I like this graphic because it really kind of puts into perspective the need items at those 4 facilities. So if we were to remove the proposed work, the critical need items at the high school and the Parker Damon building and the Blanchard school and the junior high school, if we were in our property, like the pedestrian safety we were just talking about, if we were to remove all of that and just look at the remaining $106 million worth of things, you can see the admin building, the maintenance building, and those Conant, Gates, and Douglas is such a large portion of what these capital need items that we have are. And then that remaining $45 million of stuff is are probably things that we will never do. You know, and that's not that they're not need items. It's just by the time that's so far out into the future, we'll probably be undertaking a whole new feasibility study by then. You know, we're talking, you know, no, we're not doing that again. 10 years from now, we'll still be here. It's a young man. So I just encourage the community not to get so hung up on that. A lot of it's exploratory work. It's you know, investigation in the air quality. And some of these projects were duplicative from the beginning. You know, like there was replace the entire roof for $1 million. But then within that, if you go into the details, you might find that they were proposing to replace some flashing. Well, if we replace the entire roof, the flashing would be done too. So when you really dig into that $120 million worth of things, I think right when we first got it, I presented to the community. I think there's probably about $60 million of things that are, you know, super high priority, and $60 million worth of things that are kind of fluffy. Right? So this is just kind of another way of looking at the exact same information. The light green, the yellow, and the purple are all, you know, kind of, or the yellow and the purple are the items that we're talking about in this example of the 13 million plus the 740 to make 14 million. And the rest is, you can see the cone. It's just another way of looking at that pie chart, essentially. So what would be, you know, an example of if we knew today that our threshold that we could, in town meeting of 2018, that we wanted to put out to bid a package bond capital improvement plan of say $13 million, $14 million, then we would today need to start planning to get that bonded. We would have to have those projects estimated and beyond what they are today. So that we would need to, if it's 14 million, we would probably need to take about 10% of that sum, which is about $140,000, and work with MEP contractors, architectural firms, to actually specify and design those individual projects. So if it's it would be about $140,000, right? It would not be $1.4 million. So we would spend that portion of the money specifically designing, let's say, it's the pool pack replacement, the HVAC system in the pool. We would need mechanical, electrical, plumbing contractors to come in, fully design that work, put it together in a specification. Then we would put that all out to bid. And then we would have a number back. You know, maybe that number is a little bit less than what we've seen. And we've actually have found that a lot of the information on the CIP plan from the beginning is a little bit, you know, estimated higher than what it's coming in at now. Currently, we've seen that on 4 or 5 different projects already. So whatever that number comes back at, as it's like estimated after it's specifically specified and bid, that bid number, that's what you would take in bonds. And then, so when would we do that? Would we do that in a 2018 Springtown meeting? Will we do it 2019? You know, how does this line up with the December 4th special town meeting as we ask for design funds for a school building project? And then, you know, if we're successful there and we want to go back to the community and ask for a school building project, you know, building construction money. So all those things that are kind of intertangled, I really think is what we need to grapple with next, with regards to how to move forward. You know, whatever our appetite is, if it's 8 million, 10 million, 13 million, and you know, that's the feedback I would love to hear from the committee. Happy to take any questions.
JD, I'm curious about slide number 8.
Mm-hmm.
So you talk about Douglas Gates Conant. There are a lot of maintenance for these 3 buildings. So what about high school and junior high? The number is very high there. Can you give us some explanation of that two numbers?
Am I on the right one?
So 8, page 8.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
This one?
No.
One more?
Next one. Yes.
Yeah.
So the total there for high school and junior high is also very high too.
Yep.
So what could be the? I mean, can you give us some example of the possible? They are supposed not to have the roofing or the big maintenance like Gates, Douglas, or Conant. So what
Sure. I mean, you really got to think about scale first and foremost, right? So that's $14 million over 400,000 square feet of building versus 14 million at Gates over 60,000 square feet, right? So that's an important item to consider. But if you think about it, like think about a roofing system, that's a really big item. That's generally a 20-year lifespan, typical, at least with the systems that we have in place when they were constructed, even on the high school, junior high Parker Damon building. Some of the Parker Damon buildings ballasted, so you have a little bit less UV degradation. But a general black rubber EPDM roof, which is adhered, which is what we have on most of these buildings, the sun, the UV breaks that down relatively over a 20-year period. So the high schools going to be pushing 20 years relatively soon. So that's it, not necessarily just talking about the roof of the high school. The roof is in that $14 million. That's about 1.7 of that. And this original CIP was over a 7-year period. And I would imagine the high school roof is probably a priority 3 item, which means over 7 years from the date of this plan, we would need to replace that. But I guess what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of, the high school, the Parker Damon building, the junior high school, Blanchard, we think of these as newly remodeled buildings, and they're going to be pushing, 20, 25, 30 years relatively soon, which makes our new school building projects even that much more critical as we try and get through those. By the time we're finished, we're really going to be talking about 30, 35-year-old buildings that we consider the new buildings.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. But I'm curious, is I would like to have some idea what kind of typical maintenance or cost to reach this level. I understand the scale of the building, and what my concern is if we have a new building very soon, and then just the maintenance like the Park Damon building, like 9029-801. I mean, that number is really beautiful. So what kind of typical maintenance could be, maintain high school, junior high? Can you give us some example of that, except the very...
Sure. Don't quote me on this. I mean, you could look it up on our website. In terms of our operational maintenance, like general maintenance at the high school, we budget around $200,000 a year. That's just general operation HVAC type maintenance. That's preventative maintenance. That's changing filters quarterly, belts, greasing, replacing a compressor if it goes down. Not necessarily removing and replacing a large rooftop unit. Like one of the air conditioning rooftop units on the high school, the new section, some of them are 20-ton units, and they're about $2 million a piece. So obviously we don't budget for that in our routine operating budget. But this, and I'm only just using the high school as an example, these numbers would reflect replacement of those items that have aged beyond their life. So some of those large-scale units that were new in 2004, by the time they reach this point, they'll need to be replaced. And it's also important to note at the high school has like 30 rooftop air conditioning units to make that entire building fully air conditioned. Only about half of them were new with the project, because that project was a renovation, expansion, and remodel. some of the old, like the East Wing and South Wing units that were originally there previously, the auditorium rooftop unit, for example, they were installed, whenever they were installed, in somewhere in the 80s, for a lot of them. So there's not everything at the high school is brand new, and likewise with the junior high school. Parker Dam is an exception, that everything there is completely brand new, it's completely new construction. Similar at Blanchard. There's Blanchard was a remodel, expansion, addition. So there's things at Blanchard that date back to the 70s.
So I'm gonna.
Oh, please.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move it. Let's do a couple more questions, and then we're gonna need to move on. Go ahead.
Thank you, JD and Glenn, bringing this to the whole committee. I think it's a worthwhile discussion, and I think we can all feel better talking about $14 million instead of $120 million. But I think we have to remember that these $14 million of projects are really critical. And so in the memo, we said we can continue to chip away at the operating budget, but over 18 years, we're going to have more critical projects.
Yeah, I agree.
And so I would recommend, having seen this at Budget Subcommittee and then here, to try to work to go ahead and do those project design, because we can't move forward till we have those projects all figured out. And then in tandem with doing that, we can figure out how to work with our towns and how to time it with the building projects and all of that. But we can't do anything until we have those projects designed. My only other question is, on one of the slides, it talks about the disposition of the admin and maintenance building, and I remember you talking about doing a study on that.
Yep.
Is that, what's the status of
We're
that?
kicking off the feasibility site and maintenance shed next week, actually. So we're working with Doran Whittier on that. It was part of our $740,000 of capital for this current operating budget for FY18.
Any other comments or want to add anything? So I'm going to move us ahead. So we need to vote we're going to just move on to item 13, the master plan school building project update. And the first item there is to vote to recommend, the recommendation is to accept the DMPRC report. So I'm looking for a motion from someone to accept the DMPRC report. Hello. Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations of the DMPRC report.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, and that was Paul that seconded that. Okay, and then the second item is to vote to dissolve the DMPRC, just because the work is now done and we've moved on to the school building committee. So can I have a motion?
I move to dissolve the DMPRC.
All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so Bridget seconded that. Mary. Okay, do you have updates for us? Okay, so anything about you want to say anything about education? Okay, all right, so we're going to move on, and I'm going to turn it over to Christina. She's going to give an update on the school building committee that had their kickoff meeting.
Thank you, Amy. In your packets, you'll find a list of the members of the building committee. We had our first meeting last Wednesday where we kicked off the group. It was a terrific meeting. The agenda was posted publicly, and I'll quickly walk through what we did. We spent time really trying to get to know each other, introducing ourselves and our professional and volunteer backgrounds, how we came together to join the committee. We had a public participation section with one member of the public coming to talk about some of the DMPRC recommendations. And then we went through a lot of background materials because it's a group. Some people have been working on these capital efforts and some are new to the process. So I shared a great deal of information, all of which has been presented to the school committee and has been posted throughout the last 2 years. We walked through that and did a brief review of the MSBA process as well. And we had planned to talk a little bit about our marketing materials and outreach, but ran out of time, so we will do that next time. We do have a terrific logo here, which you will see which is designed to sort of evoke the idea of one generation planting a tree and the next generation benefiting from its shade. Then at that meeting, we did vote to establish one subcommittee, the Building Committee Working Group, and we had our first meeting for that on Tuesday, this past Tuesday at 1 o'clock. The agenda for that was also posted there. We reviewed the Building Committee kickoff meeting. We talked a little bit about the financial cost of design funds and where we think we're going to end up with that. We talked a little bit about these new capital improvement plan numbers and how those would impact our total building project cost estimates as we move forward. We had a discussion also about moving forward with preschool and central office and how that would impact the options as we have them now, and also talked about MSBA past performance evaluation and the reimbursement rates and how well they typically stick throughout a project. Our next building committee meeting is July 12th, and our next working group meeting is July 5th. At the next building committee meeting, we plan to go through the marketing and outreach plans, talk a little bit about the town meeting votes in December, do a little bit of a discussion on available land in Boxborough, and then talk in more detail to the whole group about the financial cost of design funds and do a really in-depth review of the two options that we have right now moving forward. By that point also the EPQ and enrollment information will have been submitted, so that will be presented to the group as well. And I plan to hopefully also talk about a more detailed timeline of what we need to do between now and December 4th. So the only other related thing is we had a late member join the building committee. It was struggled to find an architect, but we did find a terrific architect in Steve Milkey. He's a Boxborough resident with a history of volunteerism within the sports community in Acton, or Acton Boxborough as well. So I would like to ask the committee to recommend to add him to the building committee as a voting member.
So we need a motion for that, correct, Beth? So is there someone that can make that motion? So Paul seconded that. Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Thank you.
I do want to add one thing, and that's a special thank you to Anna Rishlick, because she is the one that designed the logo and the tree and all the artwork. So thank you very much. We ready for the
Thank you folks for having me out tonight, talk a little bit GASB 45, OPEB, retiree medical, and all the fun that entails. I'll try and be respectful of your time. I'll keep it high level, and if you have particular items you want to get into, let me know. I'm happy to get into as much as you like. My time is your time. So, all right, so the quick 10-second overview that you're not going to care about. Our firm, we've been around since '98. Work in about 300 municipalities, about 250 here in Massachusetts. We're in 37 states, offices on the East and the West Coast, as well as clients in Europe. And we work in retiree medical, defined benefit, 401k type plans, etc. That's enough of us. All right, so GASB 75 is coming. As much fun as GASB 45 was, and who didn't love GASB 45? The accountants decided we need more funds, so hence we'll have GASB 74 and 75 to replace it. GASB 74 is for fiscal 17, GASB 75 will be for fiscal 18. GASB 74 really deals with the funding part of your plans. The plan itself's financial statement. GASB 75 is the school district's financial statement. The big key elements here is numbers are moving to the balance sheet instead of phasing the numbers in over time. They will all go to the balance sheet. It will make your numbers look worse, there's no doubt about it, but the reality is so will everybody else's, and it's not like the rating agencies didn't know how to flip to the notes section, so it's not going to impact your bond rating by virtue of the fact, oh my God, we moved money to the balance sheet. It's going to be fine. We do have a couple little things about changing actuarial cost method, and we won't quiz you on actuarial cost methods. We used to have 6, now we have 1. Makes the choice easy. There's going to be a lot more disclosures we have to work with. Much like you saw on your pension side with GASB 67 and 68. Promise there will be no quiz on accounting statements, but there's a lot more disclosure. Your financial statement got a lot thicker for really apparently no point, but I didn't write them, so let's keep that in mind. Don't blame me. There will be more pressure probably to adopt funding policies. You guys already have one, well ahead of many of your peers. For those who don't, the interest rate is very tied to what you do, to how much money you put in and what you do with it when you put it there. That higher interest rates equal lower liabilities and vice versa. So the more money you set aside, you're going to be able to use a higher interest rate and therefore have a lower liability you have to fund. So now comes the good news. Your liability is about $41 million 2 years ago. It goes to $44 million and you go, oh, that's not good. Well, it actually is, because we expected it, even without any kind of assumption changes, to be about $46 million and change. So we were well ahead of that in that regard. We also made assumption changes would increase your numbers by $9 million. To which you would ask, well, why would we do that? We like numbers to where they were. Well, part of it was people are living longer. We'll talk about these things in a second. People are living longer. We want to reflect that to basically, I guess the key point I would tell you is assumption changes do not change the cost of your plan. They change when we recognize the cost. The people were going to live just as long as they were ever going to live, regardless of what I assume. No one's going to go, well, Parker said we all got to go at 85. Got to go. It doesn't really work that way. And the same thing about the change in cost method. GASB requires we use a new cost method. That didn't change your cost. The costs are the benefits you pay. That's the cost of your plan. So we have a couple of definitions here about the accrued actual liability is the value, and the unfunded is obviously the liability minus the assets. From when we get to GASB 75, you've probably already seen this on your pension side. GASB, which is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, who creates all the standards we use for municipal pension accounting, has decided that assets was obviously too confusing, so now we will call it fiduciary net position. Obviously a far more useful term. So with that said, so again, really good news. You guys, made a lot of good changes. We'll talk about those in a second, but you guys had very good experience. My guess is you're going to start seeing some of the experience a lot of other people have seen of 9, 10, 12% increases. And we'll talk about that in a second as well. The years of the last couple of years of, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% increases from probably 2011 to 2015. That ship is largely sailed for most employers. So the normal cost is the value of benefits being earned each year by active employees. So each year you're going to add about $1.6 million onto your liability because employees work. And these are really deferred compensation expenses if you think about it. John Smith or Mary Jones works for you. In exchange for that, they're taking a lower pay in exchange for these benefits in retirement. So that's about $1.6 million, and we'll talk about that in a second. That creates a net OPEB expense. That's the number under GASB 45 that goes in your income statement each year. So you're going to book a $3.9 million expense, and you'll take a credit against that for the cash you pay out for such benefits, about 1.2, plus the $800,000 you put into the OPEB trust. So again, you guys are funding far more significantly than most. Congrats to you. So very good job on your part. So again, the results. The actual cost method, as I mentioned, we had to change without getting into all kinds of things. There was an actual cost method for your prior report called projected unit credit. Very popular. We used it for many of our cases as well. However, GASB said now everyone will use something called entry age normal, which again, it will not be a quiz. But in so doing, it increased the liabilities that we show by $5.4 million. Again, the benefits didn't change by a penny, just changes when we recognize cost. People are going to live longer, or at least we assume they will. That increases liabilities by $3.7 million. And you changed your Medicare integrated plan. I believe that should say $9 million, not $19 million, but we'll leave that alone for a second. But you changed your Medicare integrated plan. When you did that, it significantly reduced the cost. That's one of the reasons why your numbers were very good. And again, if anybody has questions along the way, feel free. I mean, you don't have to wait to the end. I will take no offense. Your interest rate is 5.5%. Probably one of the most critical assumptions we use, because the interest rate is how we calculate all the liabilities. I take a benefit payment in the year, 2097, I discount it back to today. That's with a certain interest rate. If I was using a 9% interest rate, that's a much smaller number than at 5.5. If I was using 2, it's a much larger number. Termination rates are probability of somebody actually making it to retirement. So a guy you hire at 25 or a gal you hire at 27, what's the probability they make it to 28, 29, 30, all the way to retirement age? Each year we have a probability of them leaving employment. Retirement rates. Just because you're eligible to retire doesn't mean the day you become eligible, you walk out the door. There's a chance you leave at 55 and 56 and 57. And then election percentage. This is something we change from your prior evaluation. Your prior evaluation said every active employee who has medical coverage today, we assume will keep it all the way until retirement. And somebody who does not have coverage today will never elect to take it. Our philosophy is the laws of large numbers work best when you have large numbers. So we take all of your active employees who are eligible for benefits, whether they take coverage or not, and then we apply a factor at retirement of 80% of those will elect to take it in retirement. It works out very nicely because about 80% of your active employees take coverage, so you end up back in the same place. But my point is, a 25-year-old who doesn't take coverage today could very well decide to take it before they retire. A 53-year-old who has it today may elect to waive it at retirement because they have it with their spouse, or they don't want to pay the fee, or whatever it happens to be. So we just feel it works better that way. Probably the most critical one, or one of the most critical ones, is the healthcare inflation rate. We assume healthcare costs are going to go by 5% from now until the end of time. I will tell you that is wrong. Because we've had the last couple of years going up at 1, 2, 3. Most of the renewals I'm seeing right now are in the 9 to 12 range. Left to my own devices, I would probably pick a 6% long-term medical trend inflation. However, the actuarial community as a whole has largely decided on 5. And rather than being on an island by myself, we will use 5. But we also disclose the impact of a 6% number, so you can see what that would be. And it does increase numbers significantly by, about 20%. So it is not an insignificant thing. Again, if you believe that healthcare costs are under control, I was looking at an evaluation today that another actuary did. He assumed that healthcare costs will go up by 2.5% a year from now until the end of time. I personally don't buy that, but if you do, hey, listen, I hope it comes true. Life would be great. And unicorns and everything else would all be wonderful. But I don't see that happening. As far as funding, just to show you kind of how you compare to your peers, 71% of school districts in the state are not funding. Not one penny. 89% are below 5%. You guys are at 4.96. So you guys are effectively at 5, which therefore means you're in the top 11% across the state. So you're doing very well compared to your peers. So, that doesn't mean you shouldn't continue to do things, but, again, when people always wonder, how am I doing? We like to kind of show you how you stack up against your peer group. Kind of compare to some other districts around, so you can see Ashburnham, Westminster, Blackstone, Millville, etc. And as you can see, your per eligible employee normal cost is $21.62. It's about 4 columns in from the left. Our statewide average is about $4,100. These are school districts. North River Collaborative is an exception, so I wouldn't worry about them. But you guys are doing better than pretty much all your peers in that regard. Your unfunded as a percentage of payroll, 86%. Again, far better than all your peers. And your benefit payments per covered retiree of $37.98. Again, you're better than most of your peers, as well as the statewide average. The statewide average of 4.14% funding, median is a more useful number than average, I would tell you, because yes, the average is at 4.14. The median, as you saw, 60+% of people aren't funding a dime. So, again, keep that in mind. You're still doing very well compared to your peer group. So your normal cost per active employee. Again, as I mentioned, your normal cost is the benefits being earned during the year by active employees that they will receive in retirement in the form of medical, life insurance, and excise tax, which you don't care about. We'll talk about that in a second. So for admin employees, you can see we have 153,000 divided by 72 people, it's about 2,100 a piece. You guys are very consistent, which is unusual. Usually I have some outlier that I see, one of them's like $6,000. You guys, tells me that everybody's largely the same age by group. You don't have any group that has, I was just earlier tonight, I was in a different district, a fire department, water department, and their water department was much cheaper than the fire department, which tells me the water department people are a lot younger. In your case, again, we don't see that. So if you think about it, if you have an administrative employee working for you, they are earning their pay of whatever that happens to be, plus $2,135 of deferred compensation in the form of medical benefits. Now the all-important funding. How do we fund this thing? We have this big, huge liability that wasn't our fault. It got here before we got here. It's just where we are. We had nothing to do with it. All you people in the room, this had nothing to do with you. You just done a good job of getting it under control. So the key element here is, again, if you're funding $800,000, going $900,000 forward, by 2055, you're at about 55% funded. So you're not going to get fully funded, but you're still, again, doing very well. Let's be honest about it. You're still doing very well. But, as an example, if you want to be fully funded over 30 years, easier said than done, we're going to start with, say, $1.434 million, increase it to 2.75% a year. And after 30 years, we are magically fully funded. Life is great. Now, if I could just tell you we're going to come up with that extra $500,000 every year, piece of cake. Or we could say we're going to level fund it, start at $1.89 million, do that every year for 30 years. Again, we're fully funded. See, this is easy. Fully funding this thing is easy. If only you have money. So the Cadillac tax, the excise tax, the Affordable Care Act tax, goes by a lot of different names. The key element here is this was originally scheduled for 2018, then pushed back to 2020. The idea behind it is they want to tax high-value healthcare plans. And the idea behind that is they want to get employees and retirees to have a lower value healthcare plan or less generous plan, because the idea is more skin in the game. So if you want to have a high value plan, which is $27,500 for a family plan or $10,200 for a single plan, you'll pay 40 cents on the dollar tax for every dollar your plan exceeds that amount. So if you have a family medical plan that costs $2,500 a month, that's $30,000 a year, which is $2,500 above the threshold, you will pay the federal government a tax of $1,000 for each and every one of those plans. Now you go, well, that doesn't seem very fair. Is it indexed? Of course it's indexed. It is indexed at CPI, not medical care costs. So over time, even if you were below that threshold today, you will catch up to that threshold rather quickly. So, and then the other thing is going, okay, well, that's all fine, but is this ever going to happen? It was supposed to happen in 2018. It got pushed to 2020. If I had to give my best guess, it will keep getting kicked down the road, much like we saw with the alternative minimum tax for many years, from like 1969 until about 2016. We'll just keep kicking it down the road, do a little fix. Because the problem I tell folks is, you would think about it and say, well, the unions are all very against this tax, so they all hate it. The Republicans all hate it as a tax. Everybody hates it. Kumbaya, we have a moment, and it's still here. How did that possibly happen? Well, it happened because it raises a lot of money. And if you're trying to run the healthcare system from the federal government, you need dollars. And so that's why it's still here. Can it be eliminated? Absolutely. But the idea here again is they want retirees to have skin in the game. So the theory would be, if you go back to that $30,000 a year example, for a plan, the argument would be is you go to your employees and say, hey guys, here's the deal. We're going to cut the plan down to $27,500, go to a less valuable plan, and we would increase your salaries by $2,500. So you get the same amount of dollars, but we don't pay the federal government $1,000. That's the idea. Now, can you do that? That's negotiation. That's something you guys have to do over time. Now, should you be negotiating now? It depends if you think the tax is ever going to take place. I have some clients that have really been very aggressive about it because they were worried about 2018. I have other clients who say, it's never going to happen. So if you tell me what you know, that would tell you what you should be doing there. GASB 75 is coming. We have a bunch of white papers up on it at GASB75.com. We're trying to write accounting lingo as best we can in English, but it is, GASB 75 is 306 pages of accounting fun. We've tried to boil it down into a couple, 3 and 4 page white papers. We've done our best to put it in English, but I do warn you it is accounting. So take that for what it is. The key element here is your number's going to move to the balance sheet. It's not going to be a devastating item. You guys have done a good job in terms of managing the liability, in terms of taking down the liability, in terms of setting money aside. You've done some things on the plan design side. So compared to your peers, if I'm a bond rating agency, S&P, Fitch, Moody's, you guys are going to be favorably looked upon because you guys have taken steps to address the liability. And that is really what they care about. The big thing is, do you have a plan? Plenty of people throw up their hands and, cover their eyes and cover their ears and just hope it'll all go away. Well, the problem is they want to see what you're doing. And so that's the big thing is, do you have a plan? So you guys have, at least have the makings of a plan. You've done some things on the liability side. We had some very good savings there. It's a lot easier to come and deliver good news than bad. So I definitely appreciate coming out for meetings like this. And again, you guys have done a lot of good things. Now, can you do more? Absolutely. And no matter what you do, 2 years from now, you're going to go, oh my God, I wish we had done more. Yes, it's easy, but the thing is, everyone always asks me, goes, what should we do? Well, as I try to explain, guys, I don't have to live with the decisions because, I say, here, throw another $1 million in OPEB. But you go, hey, we need a new roof. That's X amount of dollars. Oh, we need to buy a new fleet of buses. Oh, we need to do whatever. This is one item of many on your balance sheet, your financial statement. So as I tell folks, do not let the shiny little objects drive everything. This is one piece of a puzzle, but it's not the only piece. You have an unfunded pension plan. You have lots of capital improvements likely that need to be done, at least from what I was hearing a minute ago. So you have lots of things to use money for. This is one. I'm not saying ignore it by any means, but put it among all of your priorities. Don't forget about it, but also don't let the plan run your financial statement. You guys should run the plan, not the other way around. So again, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I know, we send you a lovely 50-page report that I'm happy to go through line by line if you really want, but or we just try and give you a cover letter to kind of put it in a more of a Q&A format of the most commonly asked questions, or again, if you have particular questions, just ask away.
Thank you. Mary?
Thank you. I didn't expect this to be so funny. In terms of that plan, or you said we have a policy, so we have an approach we've been doing, and we kind of made a commitment, and we fulfilled it every year, but we don't have a written policy.
No, I understand.
Should we, or is it enough to do what we're doing?
In an ideal world, you have a policy. I say this because under GASB 75, the interest rate is based on a combination of your funding policy and your investment policy. So the investment policy is what do you do with the money once it's been invested? So if you tell me, hey, we're putting in $3 million a year and it's all going to be in T-bills, well, then I'm going to use a very low interest rate. If you tell me I'm going to put in, $1 million a year, but I'm going to put it all in the S&P 500, I use a very different interest rate. In the absence of a funding policy, which is how much money you're going to set aside each year, we are supposed to look under actuarial practices at the last 5 years and determine what we think will happen from that. Now, in your guys' case, your most recent practices would probably get me to the same place as what you guys are planning on doing. So it probably, in your case, would not be as problematic to not have one. But I can tell you, for example, we've been suggesting to a lot of clients is to think about a funding policy. As an example, your pension system, they will tell you will be funded somewhere in the 2034 to 2038 area. I will take the other side of that bet, but that's another story. That said, when those funds become available, you'll free up, $2, $3, $5 million, whatever the number is. I encourage my clients to think about setting aside a portion of that for OPEB in a funding policy. So then when I'm your rating agency, I can show them a plan that shows we're funding $850,000 a year, or whatever the number is, for a period of 15 years, and we roll in this pension funding, a portion of that in 2034 for 7, 8, 9 years, whatever it is. And then I can show your ratings a plan to get me to full funding. It doesn't commit you to anything. A future board can go, oh, these wacky people in 2017, I don't know what they were thinking. So you can always go back and change it, but it gives you a policy that you can present and a plan, an actionable plan to show them you have a way to get there. So, I certainly encourage people to think about it. I mean, the reality is, again, it's easy for people like me to say, hey, just take a portion of that pension funding when it becomes available. And your taxpayers are probably going, hey guys, we've been waiting for 20 years to finally get off the hook. And you just tell me, wait a little bit longer. So I'm not saying take 100% of that, because that probably would not go over terribly well. But that said, as I also tell folks, think of this as one overall retirement liability and not get hung up in the silos. Because if you go to your rating agency, you go, guys, the state requires us to fund pension. We have no choice in that. But overall, between pension and OPEB, it's one overarching liability. We're funding pension first because we're required to, and then we'll take some of those funds, roll them to OPEB, and by 2048 or 2052 or whatever the number is, we become fully funded by that point on both systems. So that's at least what I've been encouraging a lot of my clients to look at.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no other questions, I'm going to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me know. I'm going to move us to the homework policy, and I'm going to turn it over to Bridget.
So the policy subcommittee met on June 20th to discuss the homework policy that we looked at our last meeting. So on the 20th, we focused primarily on all of the comments that we had received to date, and we talked about how we were going to respond to the comments, and we also discussed next steps in reviewing the policy. So the plan is the committee can discuss this tonight, and then we'll continue to review the feedback with a plan to hopefully vote the policy at the July workshop. This should hopefully allow the policy to be in place for the beginning of the school year. If that doesn't happen, we're told by the educators that they'll be able to adapt to not having a policy in place as we get closer to the school year. It would obviously be beneficial to have it in place, but we have gotten a lot of feedback from the public, as I know the committee members saw, and we're really excited about that. It's great to see so many things come into the committee on this subject, and I was really impressed at the thoughtfulness in many of the letters. They were really lengthy and people really took a lot of time. So thank you to the community for that. This is meant to be a broad K-12 policy, but that being said, the implementation of the policy would be at the school level. We do think that it would be a good idea to suggest that the district hold a forum to discuss homework in the fall. We'd like to suggest it be done as early in the year as possible, but I know Deb has a conference that they're going to be attending that discusses this, I think in September. Is that right, Deb? So it probably won't happen until October, but the hope would be this would be a district-wide homework-focused forum where the community would be able to ask questions that might be specific to their particular school. So we're hoping to do that in the fall as well. So we thought it best if we looked at the comments in terms of themes, and I think all the comments were in our packet too, so the public would be able to see the comments. And those also are being shared at the individual schools without names attached to it, so that the educators at the schools can see what the public had to say about the draft policy. I'm only going to say this once. I have about 11 points to go through as quickly as I can, but there were a lot of letters that said, this is great, we love the new policy, and they sort of left it at that. But because I'm only saying that once and I have other comments, I didn't want that to get lost in the discussion. There seemed to be a little bit of confusion expressed by some commenters in thinking, or at least their letters suggested, that they thought this policy was already in place because there were comments about, gee, that's not what happens at our school. At our school, something else happens with homework. This is a draft policy. It's not in place yet. So I just wanted to make that clear in case there was any confusion about it. So past practice, including this year at your school, wouldn't necessarily align with this policy, although it might, because some schools are ahead of the curve on the homework discussion. There were also some comments about setting policy generally, and this is where, it's interesting sitting in the school committee person's seat, because some of the comments asked why educational professionals would be involved in drafting policy, because that's really a school committee job. And other people said the school committee should really be goal setting and shouldn't be drafting policy. That should be left to the educational professionals. So it just gives you a sort of range of what we deal with in terms of comments. That being said, I just wanted to explain that in developing this policy, as well as any other policies that we look at, with the particulars around this policy where it involves instruction, we would absolutely get the involvement of the educators on the policy, because they are the experts. So they really did guide this process for us, and it really was done with the work of all of the principals from K to 12 and also the central office leaders. Also, homework was specifically set out as a goal in the district's long-range strategic plan. So while this was on the school committee's purview as a policy matter, it was also something the district's been talking about for the last couple of years, and it was actually mentioned in the long-range strategic plan, which included a statement about a written review of current district-wide academic workload and homework practices. So this has been something the district's been concerned about over the last few years. Some of the other comments expressed concern that reading assignments might be eliminated, given the way the wording is in this draft policy around choice reading. And many wanted choice reading to be specifically assigned by teachers with time limits and logs. And at this point, I'll let Deb respond to that, because that's really where the professionals come in.
Yeah. So we just want to make sure that we're really clear that academic reading for learning, for gathering information, and for analyzing how texts work will still continue to be assigned. So there's a distinction that we're making between that academic reading and what we're calling independent choice reading, or sometimes in the literature is referred to as pleasure reading. So there's a lot of research out there, and I'm thinking of compiling it, so I think it would be really helpful for folks to be able to take a look at it. But recently, the research indicates that on average, teenagers are spending about 6 minutes per day on pleasure reading. Or they're reading stories or novels about once a month or less outside of school. So very broadly thinking, our current practices about how to move towards intrinsically motivating students to read for pleasure aren't being effective. So we feel really strongly that this has to be a partnership with our families. It has to be valued, and we all have to work together to create environments that support creating the desire and the motivation to read. It's also to keep in mind, we feel that we send very strong messages to children, both implicitly and explicitly. There's a wonderful quote from Daniel Willingham. He's a professor of psychology at the University of Virginia, and he's written a book, and he's done lots of research on this idea of pleasure reading. And I think his statement, this sums it up pretty well. If teachers make pleasure reading a requirement or demand accountability, students may think that he believes that they would not read that on their own accord. So there's an implicit message that is sent to children when we assign pleasure reading. Do you want me to go on to number 5, Bridget? Because I'm working here. Okay, so number 5 was also a concern about how the changes in our homework at the elementary level could impact students' transition to the junior high. And it's important to note that the junior high has already made significant progress in their work around homework. And because of that, the transition, we feel, and the concern for 6th graders to 7th grade has really already been addressed. In 2015-16, the junior high had already created a homework purpose statement that they've refined now over time. This past year, the staff worked to create what they're calling a shared homework guidelines and team homework practices document that includes language where they expect at team meetings that they spend some time to discuss their homework plans. They're also piloting a shared homework calendar among the team teachers, so there can be some coordination around that homework. So that purpose statement and the guidelines document were used to help inform the writing of our policy. So as such, there's already some great alignment in our district policy on the work at 7th and 8th grade.
So moving on, we also heard a lot of concerns about not having enough homework, both currently and under the new policy at certain schools, and that this is going to cause our student learning and competency to fall, and our students won't be competitive, both in high school, if we're talking about younger kids, in college, and then finally in the workforce. And we also heard concerns that homework's being decreased to accommodate extracurricular activities. And we just want to say that under this new policy, there's still going to be homework, but it's going to strive to emphasize quality over quantity. And there is information in the Challenge Success Survey that our students took, and they talked about reporting that they had about 3 hours of nightly homework at the high school, with 52% reporting they had too much homework, and 52% felt that between 3/4 and all of the homework they do is meaningful. So it seems as though the focus in the new policy will be to have homework be more meaningful and less busy work. They also reported that 34% of the high school students had between 0 and 40 minutes of free time on a weekday. 38% had 1 to 2 hours, and 28% had more than 2 hours of free time. And with regard to sleep, they sleep on average just a little more than 6.5 hours a night. So the goal of the new homework policy is really to create a better balance, but still engage the students in deep learning experiences. There were other suggestions about including a time limit or guidelines that are grade level appropriate, like no more than 10 minutes a night, etc., no more than 30 minutes a night. The professional educators in our district are absolutely not in favor of this. They really want to focus on quality and not quantity, and it does take different students different amount of time to complete the same homework. I know I saw that in my own house with my twins. One child would do his homework on the bus, and the other child would spend an hour and a half at home doing his homework, same assignments. So different kids do things differently. And finally, at high school, there was a lot of concern about balance and homework, and among the classes the student might be taking, and also the disparity with the different levels of classes, the CP versus accelerated versus honors, that there was too much disparity among the levels. This is really complicated, as we can all imagine, to manage at the high school. But the hope is that with some of the changes that they're making at the high school around the schedule, that's going to hopefully help this issue for students. And it's also really important to remind our students that they have an avenue to go to. If they find themselves having trouble, they can go to their counselors. I think the the professionals at the high school are really concerned about this. They're taking action. They've already, this year, going into next year, they've decreased the number of assessments to no more than 2 a day without accommodation for students. So I think it is something that the high school recognizes and they're working on. There were a lot of comments about homework, providing a way for parents to be connected to what children are learning in school. And there was also, and we think it does make sense to add a statement into the policy about the role of parents, guardians, families in terms of homework. And then finally, the last thing I'll mention is that there was a concern expressed by a number of people that students don't have enough to do after school and that homework helps provide structure to keep them away from things like TV, video games. But in terms of that kind of comment, I think the policy subcommittee really feels that those kinds of limits and discussions really need to take place at home, and it's not for the policy to address those concerns specifically. So in terms of the policy wording itself, we did not make any changes for this meeting. We still are going to go back and meet about that. We've got another meeting on the 29th. And hopefully if there's been any feedback that comes in from either the principals or teachers after having looked at community comments as well, we'll be able to incorporate that into our discussion as well as make any other changes based on the comments that we've gotten at our next meeting. And then we can discuss it as a committee again and see where we are at our following school committee meeting, whether we're ready to vote on it or not. But we don't want to vote on it tonight. I don't recommend that. Any questions or comments?
Paul?
I view summarizing those comments as a daunting task. So thank you, Bridget, because I tried to keep up with those comments and it was tough. But one comment that did stick in my mind mentioned something that I think is important, and I'm not sure the policy addresses it, is that sometimes the IEPs need to have some kind of accommodation for homework that might be a little bit different than what the policy currently says, or what the proposed policy is saying. So I'm wondering if some language to accommodate that, and I'm not sure I have any suggestion for you what that language is, but I think that particular comment was worthy of some special consideration.
I'm gonna, Dawn, do you want to speak to that?
Sure, absolutely. The policy very clearly states that it should take into consideration individual student differences, needs in there. So that really does associate that. If we go down that road, we already know federal policies for ADA, Title II, IDEA already supersede any of our policies anyway. And I think our non-discrimination policy also speaks pretty clearly to that as well.
Another question, Eileen?
First of all, thank you so much, Bridget. And you really speak for everybody. I don't know what else to say anymore. I think I read the email sent to us very carefully. You do mention it, almost everyone, not almost, really everyone. So, but I have one suggestion. I think there are a lot of people on vacation, or parents, this and that. You mentioned we will have the kids will have, the student will have some forum or whatever, discuss the homework in fall. Why don't we wait for a little bit? I understand, totally understand if this policy, policy is in place before the new school year, that would be wonderful. But however, why don't we listen to our student seriously one more time before we make decisions? Because this is apparently we have so many different voices, so many different concerns. So that's just my recommendation. Thank you.
Dan?
So my understanding from the policy subcommittee when we discussed the forum would be for parents. So the parents could hear from us and then we could answer some of their questions around some of the things that are in the policy if there are outstanding concerns.
going to respond for some from Debbie. If we have this policy already in place and there's really no use for you explain to the parents anyways, because it's going to be the policy. What my concern is, before we make the policy into reality, we're going to listen to everybody really carefully before we make this decision. That's what my suggestion. Thank you.
So at the policy subcommittee, there was discussion about the fact that we have put this out to all parents. We have had an opportunity for parent feedback. And at this point, I believe moving forward, trying to balance the needs of having something ready for the school year, and so teachers can start the school year with a policy in place and to be able to make that implementation plan. But then also providing another opportunity for everyone to have an understanding of what's in the policy going forward. I think that was the intent of the forum, not to hear more feedback. And Bridget, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but to have more of an understanding of it in a forum session.
Yeah, I think a lot of the questions that came up and a lot of the comments that came back from community members could be they're really school specific. A lot of them are very school specific. And what we were thinking was if the committee gets to the point, not at this meeting, but at our next meeting, where we want to vote the policy, and we might not, the committee as a whole might decide at the next meeting they're not ready to vote and they want to wait or get more feedback, and that's fine. But if we get to the point where we do want to vote the policy at the next meeting, what we talked about was envisioning a forum where we talk about the policy, but we also talk about what that means for each school and how that gets implemented. And a lot of the questions and concerns that came through on the policy, I think might be because people are getting into more detail than the policy on purpose didn't get into. Because the policy, the way it's drafted now, has to go across 6 elementary schools, the junior high, the high school. So it needs to have enough flexibility in it and really be a policy statement as opposed to how that's going to be implemented at the school. So that's what we were envisioning at the forum, but it depends on what the committee decides to do at the next meeting. If the committee's not ready to vote, then we don't vote and maybe the forum looks a little bit different, as you suggested.
So one of the things the public may not understand is that most of our policies also have a set of procedures that are not developed by the school committee but by the administration. And I know July 11th is going to come faster than we think, and you probably won't have them then. But perhaps for the fall forum, you could have the procedures ready for the parents so that they can, because I agree, I think they really want to see how is it going to be implemented. And then with that, or between now and then, maybe a brief memo about your professional development plans around this, so that, because I think there's some concern too of how the teachers might do this, and so what's the support they're going to get as they make the transition.
So when I was reading the comments, I was struck by some comments being diametrically opposed to the other comments. There's too much homework, there's not enough homework, and sometimes I think that that's where the balance is. If you're getting comments from both sides, then you're right down the middle. But I wanted to echo what Mary was saying, is that, or what you were saying, Bridget, was that this is the policy that we purposely don't want it to get specific, and we allow some flexibility for each school to be a little bit different. So. We're not going to please everyone. I think that's what. But I think this policy has some generality and flexibility that it's flexible enough to try.
Well, I think our role is our role as committee members, and our goal is to do what's best for our students. So I think that's what we're all here trying to do. Diane?
So Bridget, you said a couple of things that were great, kind of core value statements that I thought you should, maybe if you haven't already in subcommittee, embed them in the policy. You said, for instance, partner with families to increase the desire to pleasure read. You said there will still be homework, but it will be about quality, not quantity, meaningful, not busy work. I'm not, giving you exact language. And the third thing you said that I really liked was that the goal is, I think Deb actually may have said this, create a better balance but still have students engage in deep learning experiences. I would love to see a list of those kinds of core values in a more elaborate form than is it in the current form, but I love them.
I think I have a recommendation just because as a parent, I don't know, I never heard school pass any kind of survey or anything say, do you have any problem with school homework? And I've heard nothing about this. How do we, and now we start to gathering all different concerns from parents. Why don't we give this period a little bit longer? That's just my recommendation. Thank you.
I would just note, we do have the survey data from the students though, because through the Challenge Success Survey, that was a key part of it. So so we do have some data.
Yeah, yes, I understand that. What I'm saying is this is missing one whole part of it, which is parents.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep us moving forward. We're not too crazy behind time, right? Yeah, we're doing better. Okay, so this is you.
Thank you. Item number 15, regarding the finance director transition. In the school committee packet, there is a memo that provides a little bit more detail about the upcoming transition. As members of the committee and community know, Ms. Claire Janot is leaving her role as director of finance at the end of this school year. You will recall that the appointment of Dave Vertolino was made earlier this school year, and so this memo tries to provide an outline of what that very important and upcoming transition will look like. And I want to take the opportunity and thank Claire, first off, for her willingness to stay very much a part of this transition throughout the course of the next couple of months, through until the 1st of October, in fact. She and I, as well as Dave Vertolino, have had a number of conversations around what this might look like. I would suggest to you that the transition of any leader is really critical in any organization, of course. Certainly that holds true with the financial affairs of an organization with an operating budget as large as ours. And so it will be terrific and in the best interest, I believe, of this organization and for and on behalf of the committee to have Claire's ongoing work in concert with Dave as he makes his transition here. He begins July 1st formally, and so at that point in time there will be that transition. We'll get to a vote that you're going to be asked to take item 15.2 in just a second. I do want to take the opportunity though to extend to Claire my thanks. She came into the district 3 years ago at a very challenging time. Her leadership, her commitment to rebuilding the finance department and the finance team therein, and her relentless effort to do the right thing has been certainly, as I've come to learn, very, very well received by her team. I will take the opportunity to thank her for her steadfast commitment to working closely with that team and myself over the past 3 years to look for ways to explore how we as an organization can increase the financial transparency of the district. I believe that it is her commitment around this in this particular area that's allowed the district to be in the place that it is in terms of the financial trust and the credibility that we currently have with both Acton and Boxborough. And so to that end, thank you, Claire. 15.2, I will transition right to that, and that is seeking action, your vote tonight, necessary to, in preparation for onboarding Mr. Vertolino, a vote to appoint him as the Chief Procurement Officer for the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District per Chapter 30B, Section 2, that again will take effect on July 1st, 2017.
Beth, do we have a motion written up? Okay, so I am looking for someone to.
Second.
Bridget moved and Paul seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to Claire now for an FY17 update and more.
Thank you. So there's a brief memo in your packet just to give you a update on last meeting. We told you about some plans to do some purchasing at year end in order to free up some money, well, in order to meet some needs that were planned for in next year's budget with funds that are available this year in order to free up some money in next year's budget for any unknown needs or otherwise needed funds. So what this is just showing you is that of the estimated $418,000 of purchases that we had presented to you in the June 8th meeting, the actual amount that has come through at this point for all but the last three, which are pretty solid estimates, I can tell you at this point in time, is $409,000. So it's a pretty good estimate, and the impact of that on the fiscal 18 budget is to bring forward about $298,000 of savings in that. That's not to say that's the only savings in the 18 budget. There's other things that will happen in 18, like Leary Field, that may present some additional savings in next year's budget as that comes about. The other thing I want to let you know is that in regard to revenue update, we have gotten the final information on the regional transportation. It's going to come in at 73.4%, which is a little higher than the 70% we were carrying in our projection. So that's going to give us about $66,000 more, I think, than what we were projecting. And lo and behold, $80,000 of Medicaid money showed up last week. So we're now projecting about $777,000 of favorable revenue. And that's my update. The regular reports for May 31st are included in your packet if you'd like to look at them. I can tell you there's nothing of concern in these, and the numbers are pretty stale at this point. So we're really looking forward to the next couple of weeks and wrapping things up for year end.
Yep. Bridget.
I can't let your last meeting go without saying how much we've counted on you in the last 3 years, and for me personally, having worked with you in Boxborough as well, I'm going to really miss seeing you across the table, and I have so much respect for the work that you've done for this district and for Boxborough, so thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, and I'll tell you, it's been a pleasure to serve this district.
Okay, so kindergarten update, Marie.
Right, I did a report on this and the lottery and enrollment on April 27th, and at that time we talked about the number of kids we have above the projection for the second year in a row. The current numbers are that we have 343 kindergartners, and the projection was 298. So we're actually 45 students over projection. When we talked in April, we talked about adding a kindergarten, and we've gone ahead and done that, and we were a little unsure of which school and the space and so on, and we've resolved that. So we have added a half-day kindergarten to McCarthytown, and to make that happen, we're making a little bit of a space adjustment that I put in the memo here. So we're building a wall in the back of the faculty room, the faculty dining room that is used by Merriam and McCarthytown. It's quite a large space, and that wall will provide a classroom for two of our smallish learning centers, and they are currently in what used to be the computer lab at McCarthytown, and so that space will become the new half-day kindergarten classroom. We're in the process of hiring a teacher, and we've placed the kids. So the numbers look very good. We've accommodated almost all of our all-day requests, and so now we have reasonable class sizes across the district and room for more kids if they come. And we're going back to really we have two demographers that do our enrollment projections, and this kindergarten thing seems to be attributable to the rapid turnover of real estate that really picked up about a year and a couple months ago, but we'll continue to watch that.
So I was following along fairly well until I heard the phrase "building the wall," and that just kind of grates on my nerves. Yeah.
That's good. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to let you go ahead and talk about the health insurance working group memo.
Thank you. I promise I will be very quick. This is the last day of school. Everybody is exhausted. So this, the health insurance working group has been engaged in a negotiation process which includes all 8 unions from the town of Acton and the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District. And what we've done the last couple of rounds of negotiations is to take health insurance offline and do it in this setting with 8 unions from the town and the schools together for a couple of reasons. We have our own self-insured health insurance trust. The health insurance trust serves the town of Acton and the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District and all of the employees and the health plans that are involved with those employees. So it wasn't working well to have 8 separate unions all negotiate their own health plans over time in different cycles and so on. And in 2011, there was new legislation having to do with municipalities being able to join the state Group Insurance Commission, the GIC. And at that time, there was a lot of conversation with the town of Acton and the regional school district about the potential for Acton and AB to go into the GIC. And working with the employees, we all came to the conclusion that that was not the best option for our communities. And instead, we came into this sort of formal, informal bargaining process that worked very well at that time, was able to achieve the same amount of savings as if we had gone into the GIC much more collaboratively and in a way that kept plans that meant a lot to employees. Specifically, Blue Cross is not something available through the GIC. So the agreement in 2012 had a 3-year window on it that there would be no other changes to health insurance in those 3 years. That expired, and over the last year or so, we've been working and preparing and negotiating with these 8 unions all at once. So the health insurance working group reconvened earlier in late 2016 and worked throughout this year and came to a tentative agreement in April, which we bring before you. It's in the ratification process. I think 6 of the 8 unions have ratified, and I wanted to get it to you for your vote before people broke for the summer. These are the unions involved in the health insurance working group, 3 from the schools, 5 from the town. And here are the proposed changes. So by the time we got to full agreement, we were already into open enrollment for the July 1 date by which our plans change. So we don't have any changes for 2017-18. So these changes go into effect the following July 1st. So for FY19 or July 1st, 2018, there are increased co-pays. For office visits will go from $20 to $25 and hospital will go from $203 to 300, so those are fairly minor changes, somewhat inflationary. What's new for us is a deductible, so we've not had a deductible before. So all of the employee groups have agreed to implement a deductible, $250, $750, so it's $250 per individual, not to exceed $750 for a family. The way it works is it doesn't exceed $250 for any individual within a family, and then you could have as many as 3 family members hit $250, and then you get to the $750 max. If you only have 2 family members, your max will be $500, and then it depends how many family members hit that to even get to that. Okay? We are officially eliminating Master Health Plus effective July 1st, 2018. So Master Health Plus has been with us for a very long time, and there's been a long process to try to move away from it and to move employees away from it. I'll talk a little bit about that. And then we're going to implement a health savings account option for employees starting in a year. There's another copay increase the following year, 2019-2020, and that is for prescriptions. So prescriptions are on a 3-tier. We have 30-day and 90-day options. So the 30-day option is currently $10 for the generic, $25 for the second tier, and $40 for the third tier. They're going to go up to $15, $30, and $45. And then the 90-day mail order is double that. Okay? And this is just another list of the copays with a little bit more detail here. But office visits are going up to $25, and hospitals going from $200 to $300. Master Health Plus, as I said, is going to be eliminated as of June 30th, 2018. There are currently 11 enrollees across the town and schools. We've gradually reduced. About 10, 12 years ago, we had hundreds of employees in Master Health Plus. The health savings account is fairly complex, and we can go into more detail about it at another time. We have a year before it will be implemented, but it is a high deductible plan. It will be provided for employees as an option. If you go with this option, the deductible is $1,500, $3,000, but the district or the town contribute towards that deductible into a pre-tax savings account that rolls over from year to year. So we're still working out some of the details of that. This is something that is happening in industry. It has not happened very much in municipalities, and our employees are open to trying this out as an option. One of the things that happens is pre-tax savings for healthcare in our current system is done through an FSA. So that's a savings account that has a limit of $2,650, I think, a year for a family. If you go this route, the limits are more like $6,500, $6,600. So for people who have higher expenses, it rolls over, and again, the district puts some of the money in, and the employee puts some of the money in. And the FSA is a use it or lose it, so with a lower limit. So all of these changes together will create total annual savings of $750,000 estimated. And just a reminder, those 2 bullets were from the prior slide. They shouldn't still be on there. So the total annual savings is $750,000, and we break it out this way. So in FY19, the school budget will save almost $350,000. And then FY20, when we add in the prescription copays, $437,000. Town budget, far fewer employees, will save $100,000 in the first year, $126,000 in the second year, and then the employees will have some premium savings, $150 in the first year, $187 in the second year, but they also have higher out-of-pocket expenses. So total savings is roughly $600,000 in the first year, $750 in the second year, and going forward. Those are just for the copays. We have not estimated the savings yet for eliminating Master Health Plus, which is a very small pool of people, or the HSA savings. So we're going to see how many people enroll and what that looks like before we put numbers to it. All right, so that's my quick summary. We ask the school committee to approve the contractual changes with this motion here, and I'm happy to answer any questions first. And of course, the negotiation subcommittee was involved in this process and was kept up to speed along the way. And the committee has seen these details prior to tonight, but this is our first public discussion of it.
Looking for a motion.
I'll move to approve the contractual changes outlined in the Health Insurance Working Group Tentative Agreement from April 2017 for the Acton-Boxborough Education Association, the Acton-Boxborough Office Support Association, and AFSCME, Massachusetts State Council 93, Local Number 1703.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, passes unanimously. And did you get Mary seconded that? Okay. Okay, so we're going to move into subcommittee reports, and 19.1 is the interim superintendent search update from the subcommittee.
So
Yeah, it's for Paul.
we met on June 20th, and we reviewed what we thought were qualifications that we wanted to see in an interim candidate. We talked about ideas for identifying prospective candidates, and we've already been receiving some names. We went over some assignments and some deadlines, and the process for bringing the recommendations to the school committee. So Diane and Tessa helped draft some posting language that I think is in the packet. And that is a draft, so that we'd like to get some feedback so that we can move quickly to get this posting up. Deanne and Eileen worked on a schedule. I don't know if that got in the packet. Okay, that got in the packet. Thank you. Yeah. And if Deanne and Eileen don't see any familiarity in that that timeline, it's because I took what they gave from me and put it in a table there. I made some tweaks to it myself. So that timeline is fairly aggressive. There are a lot of things that we want to get done. The question I want to bring to the committee first is that we got a volunteer in Dawn and David Crane to add their expertise to the committee, which we welcome. And I was remiss in seeking and soliciting input from the ABEA, but I look forward to that as well. So I guess we're looking for volunteers. Is Karen still here?
So we did want to take a vote to add David and Dawn, and then to add a yet to be named ABA member. Yes. So I am looking for a motion for that.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
If I may, we talked about this a little bit, and I guess it was my opinion that these be non-voting members. But if the committee feels strongly one way or the other, I'm happy to talk about that.
So yeah, I would like. I guess I'll start. I think that I feel pretty strongly that they should be voting members, but this is just my opinion. I think that I just think that all the voices are very important. But looking for other comments. I agree. I would
think that they should be voting members.
I disagree. This is our purview, and this should be a clean process. And I think that they're very effectively helping us as consultants. And I think that's the way it should stay.
So I just want to clarify, this subcommittee is acting like a screening committee, right? So you're looking at potential candidates, and you'll bring forward who you believe is a viable candidate. Just, right, that seemed to be consistent with, yes, hopefully you said three, but I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. That's what I
Yeah, so that's
envision.
something I wanted to discuss with the general committee, because so we talked about this a little bit. The question of whether the committee would give us the authority to bring either a candidate or bring three or more than one candidate for the committee to take action on. I guess the crux of that is the selection process and interviews, and I feel some urgency in coming up with someone to recommend to the committee that having the full committee invested in the interview process might bog it down a little bit. I would feel comfortable with the subcommittee doing that vetting and bringing two candidates or two or three, whatever, with the intent that the general committee wouldn't need to do the interview process. But if the committee wants to be involved in the review, then I'll respect that as well.
I think we talked about that last time already, but however, Paul bring it here. At the screening subcommittee, we will make this process as quick as we can do, right? And we will bring the candidate somehow at a certain point, interviewed by not just 5 of the subcommittee member, right? So I have the same opinion with Diane. I would like to keep this circle a little bit more, make this whole process move quickly. Thank you.
So I got a little lost in what you said, but I think that you should be bringing forward, I mean, it's going to depend on how many candidates you have, but I think 3 is a reasonable number. I don't think it should be just one. Typically in our subcommittees, the subcommittees don't make the decision for the whole committee. So that would be my preference.
So yeah, we discussed this in our subcommittee because we were concerned that we wanted to bring maybe more than one, but the timing of this is so tight. It's just 6 weeks, and we don't feel we have the luxury of time to bring 3 and then go back and 4. We need this person on board by mid-August, and it's already almost July. So because of that time pressure, we felt it made best sense if we would do the vetting and just bring forth the finalist for your approval.
But I guess I don't see what the difference in time is.
Well, it adds a whole layer of bureaucracy to it. If we're vetting a whole bunch of applications and then we bring 3 and then we have to go back.
Go back for what?
So you want us to bring 3 to you and then the committee just decides?
The committee decides that.
Okay.
The question. Oh,
Paul, can you clarify? Maybe I'm getting
the crux of this is, the interview process. We would presumably do some vetting interview in coming up with the candidates, but then the next step would be once we bring candidates to the committee, then is the intent of the committee to do another set of interviews for the committee?
Typically, what happens when there's a subcommittee formed to act as a screening committee, you would be screening any number of applicants, and then you would decide who should move forward to the next step. And then the whole school committee would get the list of 2 or 3, whatever the number is, qualified applicants, and at that point, the school committee would meet and would interview those applicants and make a decision. So that piece of it is usually very quick. It's, it might be 1 meeting, it might be 2 meetings, back to back, but that part of it's very quick because you've already done the preliminary screening. And the preliminary screening is typically done in executive session because for jobs like this, you don't want to have those people's names out there, and then should they not move forward, it could create embarrassment or awkwardness or whatever. You only make the names public of those people that you move forward in the process. So that's typically how that kind of search happens.
Okay, yeah, so we're just bringing the candidates forward, not doing the interview. And the interviews happen after we bring the candidates.
Well, you have to interview the candidates in order to move them forward in the process. So you would look at whatever credentials or applications are given to you, and then you would meet with the candidates, interview them, and then based on that process, you would decide who should move forward to the next step and who should not move forward. So only those people that are qualified would move forward to the school committee, who would then, in an open session, interview the final candidates.
Looking at the timeline, it looks like there's already a level built in to bring it back to the full committee. There's a proposed July 20th school committee meeting to discuss the shortlist after the subcommittee meets on the 17th. I don't know if that's a vetted date or what, if that's just proposed, but that looks like that level is already built into the schedule.
Diane?
So, can I just bring something up? So, the school committee was forwarded an interesting letter from a respected member of the community in Boxborough, and we've had similar letters from very respected and beloved members of the community in Acton. And this particular one came in today's email and recommended that we make a decision at this time to appoint Deputy Superintendent Marie Altieri as the superintendent of schools. The letter noted there's precedence for this action, as the committee appointed Bill Ryan in 2000 without any formal process. I wanted to get a sense from this committee if in your hearts and in your minds you have settled on a candidate, and if so, why you would place the burden of probably what's going to end up being about $500,000 on the backs of taxpayers in the towns of Boxborough and Acton. I'd like to get a sense if you want to do this. I'm probably going to invest the better part of my summer on this search committee for the interim. And my intention is to invest probably most of my year, because I will volunteer to be on the search committee for the permanent superintendent. And I really don't feel like that's going to be a good use of my time if most of the people in this room on this school committee have pretty much already decided. So could I get a sense here of what you would like to do, and if the recommendation made by this very respected and beloved member of Boxborough is something that you want to move forward with?
haven't had a chance to read the letter, but I guess for the interim process, I feel like just for transparency, I will take all the names that come to me and put them in the mix, and I just feel obliged to go through the process.
Can I get a sense from other people on the committee where your thoughts are?
I think there's no question that the people of Acton and Boxborough have to see the process unfold and be entirely robust.
I agree with that statement. I think it's important to the community that we have a search, and I appreciate you stepping up to be on the search. And if we have candidates to discuss and evaluate, then I would discuss with them their credentials and evaluate them at that time.
I would say I have an enormous amount of respect for Mac Reed, and I appreciate his letter, but given the circumstances, I do think we need to go through a full process. I personally have not made any decision, and so I would be in support of the full process.
Is that the general consensus of the committee? I see everybody kind of nodding their heads. Does anyone have a different thought? Okay. How do you feel with that, Diane? Do you feel answers, or would you like more?
No, I just wanted to float that out there since since it was kind of a shocker and it came in the mail. And I think in the spirit of true transparency, if we look inward and we know what our hearts and minds are telling us we want, we owe it to the taxpayers of this town to just make it happen. There is business to conduct. I have so many ideas I want to bring to this summer workshop, and probably none of them are going to get done because we just don't have the bandwidth. We're going to have to spend this year looking for an interim, getting him or her up to speed, and then making the transition. This is really, it's frustrating. It's preventing us from moving forward with the work that we were elected to do. So I felt like it was important, Amy, for me to address this now, just in case there was consensus to just end it.
I think that's a really good point, and I'm glad you brought it up. Yep. Christina?
I do appreciate Diane bringing that up. I do. The part about the letter that does speak to me is the stability part, and the possibility of 2 more transitions in the next year is really daunting, and I think we should think about that as part of this interim search subcommittee. And is there a way to ease the transitions better for the communities overall?
Okay, so I guess at this point I need to know, do you understand, I guess, the subcommittee, I guess I want to know what you've heard and what you want to do with it, or if you want more clarification about bringing forward candidates. Also, we do need to vote to add those other members, whether they're voting members or not. So we do need to add them, and then I don't know how you want to proceed in terms of conversations about whether they're voting or not.
Before we do that, I really want to clarify. I need to be clear about. We add them to the voting member. Voting for what? At a certain point in our timeline, we're saying we'll bring all those candidates to the to the whole committee to view, right?
I think the voting piece would be to narrow the field down to 2 or 3 that you want to bring forward to the full committee, and then that decision. I think that's what the voting piece is just to, because you're going to have a pool of candidates that you want to come forward with 2 or 3, then, to make that decision. Do you want it to be a full subcommittee vote, or do you want to keep it strictly school committee members in the subcommittee?
So the voting, if we are to make Dawn and David voting members, then we should also, okay, so we're talking about the 3 being voting members.
And Paul, I need to double check, but having the ABEA member is part of the contract that we agreed to, part of their contract. So I'm not sure if they are part of the contract automatically voting members. Beth.
So I'm not vehemently opposed to them being voting members. So if that's the sense of the committee, I have no problem adding them as voting members.
I'm vehemently opposed to having them be voting members.
I'm not getting a good sense of.
Could someone clarify what we're talking about? I think I'm still lost. Are we talking about these add-ons as voting members for the 3 finalists?
Yes.
Helping to choose the 3
Yes.
finalists, because that's going to be our process. 3 finalists come forth to the meeting. Thank you.
I don't know if it's helpful, but on the last superintendent search committee, everyone was a voting member, and whether they were staff or town, I think that's precedence for being on the committee, that that everyone has voice to move people forward. But it's not the final decision because that's a school committee decision.
Are there MSBA guidelines around this? It just seems like, since this is one of the big parts of our MASC.
I know. I'm calling him SBA all the time. Yeah.
It just seems like that ought to be clearly identified, that there shouldn't be so much debate.
I don't think there typically is debate. I think that typically the search committees, the people on them do all vote.
And so Beth had counseled us that we had the choice of having them be just consulting members.
So can I interrupt just for a second? So the contract, the ABEA contract provision that talks about this says, the committee agrees that the association will be represented by an association appointee on any committee other than one comprised solely of principals and/or central office established to recommend candidates for administrative positions to the committee or the superintendent. So they have to be represented on the subcommittee. It does not talk about being a voting member or a non-voting member.
So I'm happy to follow up with the MASC and if there are guidelines about this. I don't know, but I'm happy to make a call tomorrow and find out. But if we can just vote today to add these people to the committee, and then when you go into your next meeting, then you can establish. Does that work, Beth, legally? No? Yes? Well, We can vote them in. I'm asking, can we vote them in, and then at the subcommittee meeting, then the subcommittee members, after getting feedback from the MASC, can vote to make them vote. Well, it needs. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So we have to make this decision tonight to make them voting members or not. So I need more of a sense of people that are speak up and let me know.
I'm not opposed to them being voting members. I'm not opposed to them being voting members.
I'll make a motion if that's okay. We'll see where we land.
She can make the motion, and then we can still continue to have discussion. So go ahead.
I move to add members David Crane, Don Bentley, and a to be determined member from the ABEA to the interim superintendent subcommittee.
As voting members or non-voting members?
As voting members.
Okay. Any more discussion? Oh, sorry. Second. Yes. Discussion.
So I think last time when we vote for when we approved the subcommittee, and even I was late for a little bit, and you have to make this different motion to make Eileen into this subcommittee, and then I think we have the meeting very friendly, very collaborative last time with Dave and Don over there, but we have these 5 members very effectively doing this job. I just don't know how this jumped out on the table again. Say, why do we need extra 2 members? And I don't get this whole thing. I don't understand the whole thing. I'm so sorry about it. And in our meeting over there, just I personally do not offend whoever get into this subcommittee or whatever happened, but we already invest our time over there. We have very efficient team, and we are saying there 5 of them. We already have that on our table. Decide, they are gonna be our consultant. They are help us our job, and why we're doing this whole thing. Like everybody else gonna vote, and is that subcommittee task or it's whole school committee task? That really confused me.
Are you saying you don't want them to vote? Or you don't want them on the committee?
We already decide that when we in this, when we in the meeting the first time.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking for.
We had decided in the meeting that they would play a consulting role and they would not be voting. And so now this is coming up again. That's why she said it's jumping up on the table again, and kept kind of catching us by surprise, because we had already proceeded as if they were going to just be consultants, and they're valuable and they're super helpful, and I'm glad they're there. I just think that this process needs to be as clean, squeaky clean as possible, and I don't think that's going to happen if we start adding voting members.
But the ABEA member does have to be a voting member? Or is that just for the final, sir? After the 3 finalists? I'm sorry.
So I don't know the answer to that. The contract is silent as to whether they have to be voting or non-voting. In the past, they've been voting members, and it sort of makes sense from a precedent standpoint that they would want to have a voice at the table. If you can't vote, then you have a lesser voice at the table. I don't know the answer to that. I don't have a strong feeling that the people who are consulting or being added, I appreciate Dawn's participation. I don't have a strong feeling that any of them need to be a voting member. I'd be surprised if the ABEA member did not insist on being a voting member. But the contract is silent as to whether they'd be voting or not. Does that clarify things or make them muddier? I don't know.
I think we're going to have a problem. I think that it will not. I don't think it's a good idea not to have the ABA as a voting member, because it's it's clearly very important. It's important enough that it's part of their contract that they be a part of the process. So I think that they may really insist. Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Mary.
Well,
Yep.
Can I just add to the point of discussion? This committee's subcommittee is comprised of the three of you, right? Oh, and you. Who? So could we hear from you about your thoughts?
I'm a newbie, so I am unaware completely and totally of how subcommittee things have gone in the past. I've never sat on a, screening committee or anything like that. As far as I'm concerned, voting, not voting, I mean, I do, from an educational standpoint, because I was a teacher, feel like that voice is really important to have as part of any search, whether we're talking about interim or permanent. And so if that voice is better heard by being a voting member, I'm okay with that. I mean, I understand the wanting to get things done quickly, and this is just for an interim, so I guess that's where I sit. Clarify?
I really don't mind we have them as voting member or non-voting member. But the problem is we already discussed that in the subcommittee. Why we need to discuss here again? So that's really troubled me and it confused me. I'm so sorry.
I think the reason we're having the discussion here is because it wasn't made clear. The committee as a whole did not make that clear, how it felt either way. And we should have had this discussion when we established the subcommittee, but I do think that it's important that the entire committee have a voice in this kind of a decision. So I apologize. We should have done it. We should have done it when we established the subcommittee, but we didn't. So that's why yep. All right, is there any other discussion? We have a motion. Yes?
Just a suggestion and potentially a friendly amendment. If the discussion has already taken place at the subcommittee level to have Dawn and David serve as consultants to the committee and be non-voting members, then we could make that motion, elect them to the committee as non-voting members, and we could assume that the ABEA member would be a voting member. And that way you've got consulting members, you've got the ABEA member as a voting member along with the school committee members. Just a suggestion. And that way you're kind of solving one concern and potentially a second.
I think that's a great compromise, and that's where I was headed. If we can't find true MASC advice tonight, that seems like prudent to proceed in this fashion. Can we amend the motion?
It's up to Katie.
Really? Not anyone?
No,
can
I don't
amend
know.
anymore?
I don't know. I'm making this up. At this point, I'm just making it up. It's 10:45.
Sure, I will amend my motion.
So I'm making a friendly amendment to Katie's motion that Dawn Bentley and David Crane act as non-voting members and the ABEA member to be announced be a voting member of the subcommittee.
And I'll second your amendment.
Okay, and does the seconder approve that? Okay. Yes, she did. So that's the motion on the floor.
Okay, so that's the new motion. So that's the motion. Any more discussion before we take a vote?
Just that it may be now 2 votes, we might have to vote the amendment and then vote the motion, or can you vote the whole motion as amended now?
I don't know.
Let's do 2 votes, one on the amendment.
I'm not sure that was a friendly amendment. So, I mean,
Oh, that's true.
you offered to have the administrators be voting members, and now they're not. And I don't know. I don't see that as being fair. That the administration has no voice, but the ABEA does. I would think they all would need to be one way or the other.
Oh, hold on. The only reason, so I made that suggestion because you all had already had the discussion with the administration that, and I gathered that they were comfortable being non-voting members. So if that's not the case, then maybe I'll withdraw my
I don't
motion.
think we voted on that, did we?
No, Paul, we didn't vote on it, but you did say to them, we prefer that you have a consulting role and not a voting role.
Okay, so I'm gonna is there any more discussion? I don't know where we go with this, but we'll work it out. We'll work it out. So we don't need to vote on the first one. Okay, so that's the motion on the table right now. And is there any other discussion? I don't know that you said what you had to say. Okay. Tessa. No, please.
I don't want to make it any longer, but when we had the discussion within the interim subcommittee, we were unaware of the need for an ABEA member. And so when that discussion about whether or not they should be voting members happened, it happened without the discussion about having an ABEA member. So to me, that sort of discussion becomes a little null and void because it kind of, was it Maya that said it seems silly to have, or someone said, maybe it was Paul, I don't even know, I'm so tired, that we would have non-voting administrators but a voting ABA member, and it wasn't part of the discussion when we had the initial discussion because that's adding another person. So I'm not trying to make it more complicated, and I totally apologize for if it's making it that way. But to me,
you're getting your point across.
To me, that friendly amendment ignores the fact that we didn't even have a discussion about an ABA member. So.
Okay, so you want to vote on the motion that's on the table? Or any more discussion? Do you want anything else that, no? You're okay with that? All right. So
What are we voting on, the friendly amendment version?
we are voting to accept David and Dawn as non-voting members and the ABEA to be named as a voting member.
And we're doing that even though the contract doesn't stipulate that's required because you believe that they will want to? Is that the case?
I didn't make the motion. I'm just
I know.
restating the motion, that's the motion that's on the table that has been made by by Bridget.
Yeah, so my question remains. So the ABE members' voting status, I'm just looking for clarity, is not based on a requirement in their contract. It's based on you guys thinking that they would want to be a voting member. Is that correct?
My personal opinion is that yes, that they felt strongly enough to add it into the teacher's contract that they are going to want to be a voting member of the subcommittee. That's my personal feeling based on going through negotiations and so forth over the last year.
And based on precedents.
And based on precedent.
Okay, and I don't really think I want to make any more of a big deal out of an interim process. So I will not push this discussion any further.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the motion that's on the table. All those in favor? All those opposed? Nay. All right, we got to raise the hands now. Raise your hands if you're in favor, please. Paul, Katie, Diane, and Maya. So Eileen said yes also. The nose, yeah. Mary. So it passes. Okay. All right, keep going, Paul.
The posting language, I know it got posted late, but I was just wondering if this is something that we could get in the works. I'm hoping maybe Monday.
Just a minor comment, but I wouldn't describe us as recently regionalized. We've been regionalized 7 to 12 for over 60 years, and it's been 3 years as fully regionalized. So I think you can just call us a regional district.
I think since this is for the next fiscal year, it should be an operating budget of 89 million. I think, I wonder, do we want to say a full-time interim superintendent? It's something I've read over yesterday and today, coming back in the country on Tuesday. Somebody suggested it could be potentially a part-time position. And so just to give the committee flexibility, you could just say we're seeking an interim superintendent. And then I know after all this discussion we've had, August 21st is aggressive, but it's also a challenge for the district because even though we think of the start of the school year as September or late August, really the administration does a lot in the summer to prepare. So I wonder if the position would begin between August 1st and August 21st. And in case 2 people came through and they were amazing and we could do it a lot faster, we wouldn't be stuck with August 21st.
Yeah, so that was originally August 14th. So Paul, did you change that and why?
Just a minor, if we're gonna list out all the schools, can we just throw the preschool in there too?
I'll just add, having missed the last meeting, what you guys have already accomplished is great. I mean, you're really moving this and your commitment's clear on it. So, can we move that forward? Do you want to vote on it, or do you just want to just say move it forward? Okay. Yep. Awesome. That forward. Thank you for doing that. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. You can have cookies. Yep.
I was provided with a history of salaries for various districts in the state. Eileen kindly identified those that were in the comparable communities. So I have a summary of that. We don't need to talk about that now, but we will need, we'll want to refer to that at some point during the process, and maybe even for the permanent search as well. So I have a kind of a summary of that.
Okay. Do you have everything you need from us, Paul? So I'm going to open it up to. Yep. Go ahead. And I just wanted to really clarify that maybe we didn't make it very clear, and maybe want to do something differently, but we're not limiting the interim to applying for the permanent position. This was something that kept coming up. So what exactly, I didn't get a good sense of the committee as to your feelings on that.
I just want to bring the best candidate to the district, and I don't care about that. To me, is a restriction that might prevent me from doing that.
Is there anyone that does think that we need to make that a restriction? Diane?
I have to say that I'm concerned about it in terms of our ability to attract the best candidate. Truly, I think that's going to be a limiting factor. It's a concern. I'm not deciding either way. I go back and forth, but it's something that I struggle with. So I'd love to hear input from my colleagues.
I'm inclined to not limit it, but I think the question that Diane asked us earlier tonight probably needs to be asked. If we found this amazing interim person, and then I think at the beginning of the permanent search, we need to ask ourselves that same question of, do we really want to open it up to the world? Because it's unfair to open it up to people all the time. Candidates put in, committee members put in, and to pick someone you're going to pick. So I would say leave it open now, but question ourselves at that time.
We did have a pretty long discussion on this topic, and it's written up in the minutes that we approved tonight as well.
Thank you. Okay, so then No, my mic is not on. My mic is on and off all night. We are not limiting the interim from applying for the permanent position. That's the sense I'm getting from the majority of the committee. Yeah.
I just want to be here all night, but I just want to impress upon the committee that this is a long process, as you know, because you've been through it and I haven't. But already I feel that it's been a long process, and it's an expensive process. So please keep that in mind as we're pushing forward in this process in light of the letter from Mac Reed. Please. There's a lot of money at stake here, and there's a lot of time at stake here, and there's a lot of effort at stake here. And if you know who you want, why do that? Why do that to us? Why do that to the community?
I don't think anyone here knows who they want. I didn't get that sense. I think that it was really important that you asked the question, but the sense that I got from everybody, and you'll get from me, is that there is no decision. There's no, this is like what I want to happen at all. And it seems like that's what I heard from other people too.
Okay, that's what I was after. Yeah, thank you.
There we go. Yeah, Steve Ballard for Boxborough. I almost left, and I'm glad I didn't, because I'm glad something just happened, like Bridget's suggestion there that worked. But I was surprised to see that, given we have an issue of trust. This is an open meeting. This is not an executive session. But everybody from the community is gone, and as soon as that happens, what Christina said at the last open meeting, that we need to listen to the community. We came up here with 7 requests, one of which was every single time Mr. Ninchin got up here, it was like a mantra that we didn't even bother with in your subcommittee meeting because we were so happy when we were there with the 5 of you and Dawn Finley and the principal from McCarthy Town there doing a great job there. Never was there a discussion that they were going to be voting members. It was clear that they were going to be ex officio, which I'm glad you did. Never mention of the ABA person either. So the problem is, if you do the other things that you're talking about now that everybody's left, the last day of the year, school year is 11 o'clock, and you, after, I'm happy, well, the principal's left too. I'm glad that Mr. Reed has served our town, Boxborough, very well, but he's absolutely wrong. And, for the reasons that we've given you in our repeated requests, to make this process not like the last one, and to make it a process that is going to bring the best person from that big universe of possibilities, as Mr. Ninchin said. There's no reason why we should not limit the interim from being permanent. And I didn't say it, I was sitting there and said nothing for once. At the subcommittee meeting, when you guys were talking about this, it was never brought up that everyone was relying on the fact that we had five members on the subcommittee, and they were going to make a decision with the advice and consent or influence of the assistant superintendent and the principal, who are great. But now we have a former principal from my town, recommending that that the deputy superintendent become the the interim, and now you're all saying that you're not going to, or many of you are saying we shouldn't limit this person from applying. That goes against everything that we've said. The community has said.
I understand that, and while I appreciate everybody's comments and recommendations, it doesn't mean that everything that you said has laid out the plans for this committee. We took into account, the committee feels that is not the way the committee wants to go. I think that we have to take into account not only the 5 or 6 people who you're discussing, but also.
It's more than 5 or 6 people.
I'm sorry. Let me finish, please.
Sorry.
But also the other 5,000 people, 25,000 people in the 2 towns. And what this committee feels like is the best thing to do. So that's what we are doing. So I'm sorry if you feel like we're not following the recommendations, but every step of the way, we're evaluating, we're listening to input, we're evaluating the input, and then we're making the decision that we truly believe is the best thing for our district. So, thank you.
I believe that's true. All I'm saying is that it's probably going to be a problem for you. It's perception or reality, and I know that you all believe this, but the problem is that everyone left, and the reason that we didn't say...
I have to say, so here's the thing. It's 11:05 at night. We are at this meeting. We're all volunteers here with the exception of people that are, have to be here because we dragged them here. And it's on the agenda, and we didn't move it ahead. We didn't move it behind. We said that we were going to discuss this. We told you when on the agenda. And I'm sorry, but we're still here. We're still talking. So if everybody's left, then that's just the way it is. That's the reality of the world that we live in. But we're all here. We're still having this discussion. Nobody's trying to get anything over on the two communities.
Well,
It is on the agenda. We've discussed it on the agenda, exactly where we said we were going to discuss it on the agenda, and we're still here doing it. So
I understand. I'm not saying anyone's trying to get anything on anyone else. I'm just saying that we had it was reasonable for the community and the people who were here to rely on what we saw happen at the last meeting and at the subcommittee, because we were there until the end, until we went out to executive session, the subcommittee, and there was never any discussion of this. It was always in the spirit of the discussion we had here when members of this committee, many of you, said we were going to try to find someone who meets certain criteria, and we don't even need to worry about this issue of the interim becoming a candidate, because we're going to look for this kind of person from August to July. And so then, and also it was pretty clear, and there was never any discussion otherwise, that we're going to have, and Paul is going to start up an interim search committee. It's going to be pretty quick. It wasn't as quick as we know now.
So hopefully we clarified this.
No, but you're delegating your authority to them, and now you're talking about, well, the whole committee is going to vote.
So the whole committee is
and
the one
it might be someone who's not is
All
going
right,
to be
Steve, I'm
candidate.
going to stop you there.
And it might be Marie.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up, and we need to move on with the agenda.
We also asked for a conflict of interest policy when there's someone who's a friend.
Again, please.
Well,
we're done with your
I
comments.
just hope that you
Please.
remember what you said, and I
Okay,
thought you
we're
meant.
done. Please. Okay, we need to move on. All right, so we already talked about homework policy, website accessibility. Dawn?
I don't have anything to add to the last exciting discussion around this topic, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that have come up since then.
All right, this is our second read, so I'm looking for a vote. Move to approve.
Second.
I think that was Diane. Seconded, yeah. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you. Anything from outreach?
There's
Anything from outreach, Christina?
There's nothing to add, although I think when we have our summer workshop and we talk about subcommittees, I don't think outreach should be a subcommittee anymore. I think it actually makes it harder to get things done, and I think with our individual initiatives having their own outreach, I think we should continue to have somebody in charge of the function, but I don't think it needs to be a subcommittee, and I think that will help free us up for other initiatives.
Okay. School subcommittee reports. Yeah, Eileen?
I would like to thank Christina's leadership for that whole outreach group, and we did meet at the beginning, and we are like very routinely meet there, and I think it really helped a lot. But when the way down the road everybody gets so busy, I think Christina probably involved with so many subcommittee, and I definitely think there should be a way doing the outreach. For this whole year, I can see Glenn established a very well community friendly outreach letters, emails, and that really helped. But somehow I feel that's so important to do the outreach. I thank Christina for that very wonderful job, but you probably get too busy, and we're all very busy. I'm so sorry I really didn't contribute too much to the subcommittee, but I think that subcommittee is very, very important. Okay, thank you.
So I think she's not saying to not do outreach. We will still do outreach, just not through a subcommittee, because my understanding is it's been very hard to convene the group because people are too busy, and then the outreach gets hampered. And so it would move along and be more effective if it wasn't a subcommittee.
I think I understand that, but I think the leadership as Christina established at the beginning is very, very wonderful. That just, I really want to express that. But however, down the road, we did not really continue well. And so that's just my feeling. Okay, thank you.
All right, we can continue this one at our summer workshop when we actually talk about subcommittee roles. Okay, ALG has not met, but we are meeting next. I think it's next Thursday. Yeah, next Thursday. Do you need the date? Okay. We're meeting on the 29th at 7:30. We'll talk later. No, that's okay.
BLF has not met. Health Insurance Trust met this morning. Cash flow is still very positive. We voted on a new company for reinsurance for fiscal 18, and the rate's actually going to be lower than this year because we've had such a favorable year, and that factors into the rate.
So the Finance Committee has met a couple of times, and I have not been to any of the meetings, just simply because I'm a little overwhelmed with meetings. So in the summer, I'm definitely going to be looking for someone to take on that role of Finance Committee liaison. So please think about that. Eileen, do you have anything from Board of Selectmen?
I went a couple of times. It's really not very important things to report. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Boxborough Finance Committee, nothing to report. Board of Selectmen.
I haven't been to meetings, but I checked in with a recent newly elected Board of Selectmen person, and there's not been a lot of action right now. I'll start going.
Okay, Minuteman Tech.
I need to actually take off because a family urgent situation has
go.
cropped up, but they did break ground on the 14th for the new building.
Great. Okay. Sorry. CIP, you don't have anything. Okay, so wait, we still have to.
With apologies, but there are a few votes to ask for your support this evening. A number, and I'll whip through them as quickly as I can. Really, all acceptance of gifts. Item number 21 in your memo, in the packet. I'm sorry, from the Acton Boxborough Youth Soccer Board of Directors, voted to back in December to gift $50,000 from its field development fund for the resurfacing of Leary Field. And with that, looking for your vote of acceptance.
Move to approve with gratitude.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Item number 22 is a recommendation to accept a $15,000 donation from the Acton Boxborough Youth Football, also for Leary Field, again in the amount of $15,000.
Move to approve with gratitude.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Thank you. Item number 23, recommendation to accept the gift of backboards from the Acton Boxborough Travel Basketball to the Acton Boxborough Regional School District. As outlined in the memo dated June 16th, they would like to donate and install 4 new glass backboards and rims on the side baskets of the junior high gymnasium. So with that, looking for your vote of acceptance.
Move to approve with gratitude.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Thank you. Item number 24 from Dr. Campbell at the high school, recommendation to accept gifts and or donations to the Acton Boxborough Regional High School. These are in the over the amount of $500. I won't go through each of them, but there are a number of them listed there, looking to collectively have your acceptance of these gifts and donations.
Move to approve with gratitude.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Thank you. Item number 25, again, moving in order here, is actually seeking your approval for a high school field trip. This is out of country. It's to Canada, specifically to Quebec for the cross-country team, December 26th through December 31st, 2017. And so because of that, looking for your approval.
Move to approve with gratitude.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstention? Okay. Oh, it's me. No, go ahead.
I move 28? Do you mind while I'm on a roll? Item number 28, if I may move just slightly out of order, recommendation to accept. It's unfortunate that I was going to add a little bit more to this. This is a fantastic grant from the Department of Energy Resources, and thank you to J.D. Head and his team. $245,497 from the Department of Energy Resources to fund energy conservation efforts, specifically LED interior lighting here in the district. Just a fantastic effort, so thank you, J.D. And Kate Crosby as well for this. It's a gift, it's a grant. Looking for your vote.
Move to approve with thanks to JD and Kate.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Okay. So I'm going to move to the summer workshop and August business meeting, and we need to vote our next year's calendar. So, did you all get Beth's note about adding a couple of dates and moving some stuff around, and that the August 11th meeting will be the summer workshop? Any questions about the calendar? Sorry, August. Okay, Tuesday, July 11th. We're hoping to start at 5, have dinner, take care of business. And then Dorothy Presser is going to come in from MASC to do our workshop. Yeah.
I will just note I can't be here at 5. I'm in Danvers till 5, so I'll be here by 6.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, Katie.
The July 20th date on the interim search timeline, I don't know if that's supposed to be a real full committee meeting, and if so, we need to plug it in here or not. But
I don't have any information on that. That's not set up yet. Okay. Questions about the calendar? Yeah.
I don't want to really put a lot of things into this meeting today. It's really, really late. But I've thought about that for a while because there's something troubled me before 2 years ago and also recently. Well, we approve next year's meeting time. We take that into consideration, like in June, everybody is so busy, and especially end of like June 21st, we have meeting here. What if we need community voice? Everybody have ending of the school year. It's just so very busy. Can we just minus something from June? We can make our meeting earlier, May or maybe April, one more instead of 2 in June. That's just my thought. I know we're supposed to have 2 meetings or whatever. That's the routine. That's the tradition. But think about what, we are like so busy here. A lot of people already go on vacation, and if we need to make some really important decision, that's just my thought.
Okay. So I hear you. I think what happens is in June we have 1 meeting in April and 1 meeting in May because of the town meetings. So then by the time June gets here, we've just got a ton of stuff to get done. We are adding another meeting in either April or May, I think April. So we're adding an extra meeting there. I would suggest that we keep it on the calendar for right now, and then if we can move through everything and as we get close to that date to decide that we don't need the extra June meeting, then we can definitely do that.
Okay, I like that, and I thank you for thinking about that. But the whole situation, I tried to throw out this idea is, we may just trying to, give June for one meeting. That's just my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. All right, can we vote on the calendar? If there aren't any other questions, vote to accept. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention?
Can I just note Foxborough Town meeting should start May 14th? Yeah, not X.
Item number 27, Superintendent Report updates, just two items this evening. First, in the FYI section of the packet, there is a listing of 30.8 specifically of 18 individuals, 18 staff members who are retiring from the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District. If I may, I will, for the benefit of the community and those watching at home, read their names. We thank them for their extensive years of service from all walks of our district in alphabetical order. Thank you. And best wishes to Vanessa Banez, Nick Coliani, Barbara Fleming, Joan Hilton, Patricia Lynch, Robin O'Clair, Mary Sparazzo, Astrid Trosteroff, Diana Woodruff, Scott Byron, Karen Flaherty, Robert French, Faye Cullick, William Maver, John Pacelli, Cheryl Tremblay, Ed Wiener, and Sandra Erickson. Again, those are the retirees from AB this school year, and we wish them all the best. And finally, in closing, I wanted to take this opportunity and share with the community my end-of-the-year message to staff that I send out today. As I have done throughout my last 3 years here in the district, I've always sent out a message to staff at the end of school, and as I draw my tenure to a close, I think that it's appropriate here as well. The past school year has been an incredibly challenging and emotional one on many levels for everyone who calls AB home. The immense impact of the adversity that confronted our district was immeasurable and directly confronted that which we hold so near in the field of our work, our children, and their well-being. I suspect that many of you can join me in saying that no matter how many years in education you may have served, this last one, the 2016-17 school year, was truly remarkable. In that same way, I can also attest to the fact that for me, having spent over 20 years of education in many roles, serving many districts and communities, the response by our staff here in AB in striving to support our students, their families, and one another in the face of this adversity has been equally remarkable. For this, I will forever be grateful to our staff, their will, their spirit that they have shown, and their never-ending commitment to help those in need around them. As a district, I believe strongly that we are headed in the right direction as we strive to positively impact our students and their future, both here in AB and beyond when they graduate. The immense and widespread feedback that I've received during the last month or so regarding the priorities that we have set for the district provides me with the utmost confidence that this vision is shared by many throughout our staff and wider community. I wish nothing more than for the district to continue in the direction that it has established in the years ahead. I have indeed thoroughly enjoyed my tenure here in AB these last 3 years. It has and will ever be an honor to serve as superintendent. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Looks like we have gone through our agenda. I guess I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
We did miss something, but just item 29, but before we do that, I just want to thank Glenn for his contributions over the last 3 years, and I truly wish you well. All the best, both professionally and personally, with your family as well, and thank you for all of your contributions.
Thank you very much. Beth, do we need to discuss 29, or do you want to do it? Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to adjourn.
All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? No.